Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a brand new edition of the Pewter GameDay Show, energized by Celsius, the official energy drink of PewterReport.com. That's right, we're going to break down everything in this hour for Bucs versus Texans, and then, of course, have our live game day stream as the game gets going on. I'm super pumped for this one. I woke up in a good mood, so I'm ready to go. My name is Matt Matera. I'm your host of the Pewter GameDay Show, but I got two co-hosts with me today, the face that runs the place at PewterReport.com, SR, Scott Reynolds, and also joined with us, also from PewterReport.com. He will kill you with his analytics. He'll kill you with his game tape as well. There is no defeating this man. Not all heroes wear capes. He just has his in his last name. It's Josh Capo. What's going on, gentlemen?
Love that, man. What an intro.
And every week, I don't think he can top the hype man, and he does every single week. It's amazing.
That's fantastic. So, gentlemen, we've got some interesting news today that you're going to hear only on this Pewter GameDay Show. And before we get to that, I think it's probably wise for us to go over who's not going to play, because I'm going to tell you who is going to play today, and it might make some of you all happy. So, shall we get on with the program, fellas?
Let's do it.
Yeah, of course. First, just want to remind everybody that the Pewter GameDay Show is brought to you by Celsius, the official energy drink of PewterReport.com. There is no sugar. There is no post-energy drink crash or jitters that you may get with another product out there. So make sure you check out Celsius on their website. But we'll tell you more about Celsius later on as the show gets going. The game day inactives for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers out for the game, which this was, of course, first reported on Friday when Todd Bowles said it to my face. He looked me in the eyes and said that Matt Filer and Logan Hall will not be playing. Also inactive for this game, David Wells, the tight end, running back Sean Tucker. Poor Sean Tucker, just can't get into the lineup.
Yep.
And the hottest commodity at quarterback, John Wolford. So those are your game day inactives for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But, Josh Capo, not that people want to see a third-string quarterback play in this game, but if John Wolford could technically play if the situation came about.
That is correct. The NFL made some rule changes that started in effect this season, some of it in direct response to the NFC Championship game last year, where if you're carrying three quarterbacks on your 53-man roster, you can have one of them inactive. However, if both your starter and your backup quarterback end up out with injury, that inactive quarterback can then come into the game and play. So there is a chance that John Wolford could play. Mm-hmm. It would be a catastrophic situation in which he could. But out of all those inactives, he's the only one who technically has a shot at getting on the field today. The others, absolutely no shot at all.
Shaggy, I was going to say, to answer your question real quick here, is Tucker hurt or a healthy scratch? He is a healthy scratch. He's not hurt.
His spirit is probably hurt a little bit.
Yeah, it's a pass protection issue. I found out it's and listen, most rookie running backs coming in the league, that is one of their challenges, especially when they're a workhorse bell cow back, is they need to work on pass protection. And it's not always the physical part. It's the mental part. It's identifying which guy is coming, right? And usually you block inside out, but sometimes with line protections and all of that, a running back will have to sometimes pick up the outside nickel if the line protection is sliding in a certain way. So that's why he's not playing. He's a healthy scratch because pass protection. He's got to work on that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And the biggest
and that's why Sneak Vaughn ends up with as many snaps as he gets.
Yeah, we'll see. Chase Edmonds.
I was just saying that's why Keyshawn Vaughn ends up getting as many snaps as he gets, because the Bucs still consider him to be the best pass protection back on the roster.
Now, the biggest thing with these inactives obviously is Filer, but we saw Aaron Stinnie play last game and Logan Hall not being available. Now, at the end of the day, you're essentially doing a trade-off of Logan Hall for Vita Vea. And everybody in the chats, everybody on this show, anybody that covers the Bucs would take Vita Vea over Logan Hall. But what does this mean for the rest of the defensive line? We've seen them counteract with not having Kalijah Cansey, how they go about that. Will it be somewhat similar with Logan Hall being unavailable today?
I think we're going to see more Will Golston. Mike Green was listed as questionable yesterday with an illness. Both he and Christian Izzy will play today. So that's good news for the Buccaneers that they have seen some progress and they're going to play today. But I think you want to go with the healthy Will Golston as opposed to a guy like Mike Green who's not 100%, right? He's sick.
Yeah.
Especially when Will Golston is up there in the interception totals, right?
Yeah.
Big Will get his first career NFL interception off a tip pass from everybody's favorite defensive back, Antoine Winfield, who has yet to record a pick, but has done everything else except record interception. But we might see one of those today.
By the way, we got a super chat from our guy, football or girl, football fan, $9.99. Peach Vibe is still my favorite. Yeah, excellent.
Great flavor.
Suggestion, great selection. What are your guys' favorite Celsius?
I'll tell you what. I start my morning with an orange, but if I'm going to go with an alternate, it's going to be Oasis Vibe. Oasis Vibe has become my second favorite. It's an absolute great flavor because it's not. How do I say this? It's not too sweet, but it has a little bit of sweet in it. It's a sparkling prickly pear lime flavor. So it's really good. It's versatile. I can drink it in the afternoon. If I'm not going to drink Oasis Vibe, I'm drinking that sparkling lemon lime, which I know is one of your favorites, Matt. But it has enough sweet for me in the morning where it's not too overpowering. So it's a great versatile Celsius flavor. Highly recommend Oasis Vibe. Josh, how about you?
Yeah.
So I do love sweet. I have a sweet personality myself. So the peach vibe, I'm with football fan. It's number one. Strawberry lemonade is a close second for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I actually have a peach vibe sitting around here somewhere. I'm going to find it before we get to the game day live stream because I'm going to need it to get through this day.
Very cool. Yeah, Arctic Vibe is definitely my favorite. I'd probably put strawberry lemonade at 2. But the cool thing is there is no wrong answer with this. So Celsius, if you want to know where to find one, go to the store locator on the Celsius website. Punch in your address or where you're at the time, and it will tell you the closest geographical location where you can pick one up. It could be at your Walmart, Target, 7-Eleven, your health and fitness store, or your bodega.
Bodega.
I almost messed it up there, but that's all right because Scott's there to save me with the bodega. So Josh, why don't we hear you give a bodega? Because Adam does it a lot too. I want to hear everyone from Pewter Report.
All right, I'll give it a shot. Bodega.
There you go.
Yeah, it's all about
that.
drawing out the end part. But of course, once you keep going to your bodega and you find a Celsius that you love and you're like, wow, it's so good, but I want more, damn it. I want more. You can get them in bulk, which I would recommend, especially getting that variety pack because you heard us talk about all the great different flavors and varieties of spice of life. So go to Amazon, click on the subscribe and save and have it sent to your residence, whatever you want. You're Charles. You're in charge. You're the captain of the ship. You can have it sent every week, month, quarterly, yearly, whenever you are feeling it. Just make sure Celsius is your official energy drink, the official energy drink of PewterReport.com. Make Celsius your number one pick. All right, let's talk a little bit more about when the Bucs are on the offensive side of the football, which has been the side that has, for lack of a better term, plagued the Buccaneers this season when they have lost. Gentlemen, we talked about it all week, but what do you want to see when Tampa Bay is on offense? Because things need to change. I don't think I'm revealing any big secrets with that. But if the Bucs want to stay in this playoff picture, if they want to be in the hunt for the NFC South title, things have to change on the offensive side of the ball, starting with what?
Well, I'll kick things off. The one thing I want to see is I'd like to see them come out and use some up-tempo, almost go 2-minute hurry up right out of the stretch, out of the gates here. Get Baker Mayfield into rhythm. I appreciate what Dave Canales has done the last 2 games. He has said, we're going to be a pass-first team. We're going to pass, and here are the numbers. 45 pass attempts in each of those games. Now, you might think, okay, well, the Bucs were playing catch-up a little bit against the Bills. In the second half, they're down 14 points. Really, at no point in time were they trailing the Atlanta Falcons by more than 1 score, and yet they still threw the ball 45 times. They ran the ball 17 times against the Falcons. They ran it 13 times. These are called runs. These are not Baker Mayfield scrambles. So Baker Mayfield actually threw the ball in both of those games 42 times. 3 of those plays in each game were scrambles. So I like the lopsided pass-first approach rather than trying to force the run, because the Bucs offensive line is much better in pass protection than it is run blocking. At the same time, I'd like to see them go a little bit more up tempo to start things off. They have 1 field goal no touchdowns in the first 7 opening drives this season. They've got to do something to try to get an early lead, take some of the pressure off the Bucs defense, and I'd like to see them just kind of come out in tempo. I like what they did against the Saints in terms of getting Mike Evans involved early on with an 18-yard catch, and then getting Chris Godwin involved. Get your receivers in rhythm early, get your quarterback in rhythm early, and see if you can't surprise maybe the Houston Texans with a hurry up and get some points on the board in that first drive.
Yeah, I like the up tempo. I definitely agree with you, Scott. I think that that's a really great way to, as you said, get Baker kind of in rhythm early. I would like to see the Bucs be a pass first offense on first down more.
Yeah.
I sound like a broken record. This is something I've belabored quite a bit.
Speak it into existence, Josh.
Yes.
I'm gonna continue to yell it into existence is what it is. They are 27th in the NFL in success rate when running on first down in neutral situations.
Bad.
They are 27th in pass rate in terms
Bad.
of like choosing to pass. These two numbers work completely opposed to each other. I would almost say they can become a more balanced offense where they run closer to the amount of times that they pass if they choose to pass on first down more, because their success rate when on first down when passing is 17% higher than running. So by passing on first down more, you're going to A, just get more first downs. You're going to B, put yourself in second and better more often than not, which gives you the option to run on second down. And what is considered a successful yardage amount on second down decreases because it's not 2nd and 8, it's
exactly
2nd and 4.
Yep.
So it would actually allow for the balance that the Bucs are looking for if they chose to be a little bit more imbalanced on first down. So I think that's the number one thing. Number two, I would say they need to stay in 11 personnel more. I wrote about this a little bit earlier this week. The Texans, their worst defensive personnel usage when they go 4-2-5 for defensive linemen, 2 linebackers, 5 DBs, or as most people talk about, their nickel package. The best way to keep the Texans in nickel is by being in 11 personnel, 3 wide receivers, 1 running back, 1 tight end. The Texans match 11 personnel with that 4-2-5 look, that nickel look, over 94% of the time. So, and it keeps the 2 tight ends off the field, which we know the Bucs tight end room is possibly the worst in the NFL. I don't think I'm breaking any news with that one. So those would be, and then I would say more play action from the shotgun. So the Bucs early in the season had a lot of success with running play action where they were doing a lot of boots, a lot of half boots, naked boots. And you saw from like Atlanta and even Buffalo, defenses were learning that. And a lot of those play actions, you had Baker rolling into an edge defender who is unblocked, which is a part of the scheme of that offensive play, but he's staying home. He's not biting down on the mid-zone run action. And it forced Baker to kind of work a Houdini act. So if you run play action from shotgun, it's not a boot. It's not rolling Baker out. It's keeping the protection better. And making sure that all of those edge defenders are blocked up and still getting the run action that allows linebackers to bite in. So those would be 3 things that I would hopefully like to see. I'm going to throw a 4th one out there that might surprise you. I'd love to see more Keeft instead of Kate Otten.
Yeah.
Wow.
11
He's just a
personnel
good blocker.
with Co as the single tight end and run just 4-man passing concepts. Keep Co in to continue to give Baker a good pocket, which he's had for most of the year. He's one of the best clean pocket he's had one of the most clean pockets in the NFL. And then I think it gives you more on the run game and actually potentially gives you a better run game. So,
And Matt, I was going to say, one thing you and I have kind of talked about at One Buccaneer Place is the effectiveness with which they run these end arounds, right?
Yeah.
We've seen it with Devin Tompkins. We've seen it with Chris Godwin. Dave Canales, I want to say they're averaging between 8 and 11 yards every time they run one of these. And they usually average 1 per game. There's nothing wrong with running 2 or 3 of these per game. There really isn't. Like you can do that.
Yeah, that goes all the way back to, like, I remember this specifically. Bruce Arians said, like, we never run the same thing twice because, like, teams might start keying in on it. It's like, well, I don't know. If it works a lot, why would you stop going away from it? You see the Miami Dolphins and teams with those offenses running the same type of play every single time, and it keeps working. So, yeah, they've had the success with the end arounds, with the just getting their wide receivers the football on running plays. Why not continue to do that? I hope they up the screen game. I know how much I hated the screen game this year, but the design screen games to, I don't know, actually the running back instead of just throwing it to Chris Godwin, that's been somewhat successful over the past couple of weeks. So I'd like to see a little bit more of the screen game involved.
And also, without Filer in there, guys, with Stinney in there, he's a much more of a movement-oriented guy, right? He's not a 31-year-old man. He can get out there and get in front. And I thought they ran a really good screen against the Bills on that touchdown drive in the first half after that Will Golston interception.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll say is, and I agree with all the points that you guys made about like what you want to see from this offense, how they can get better. I'll keep it pretty simple, which we've talked about keeping it simple with the Bucs, whether it's on offense or defense. Offensively, just eliminate all the stupid penalties. I mean, last week, with all the struggles they had, we can look to that big Rachaad White run that got called back because of holding on Trey Palmer, and the big play to Mike Evans that got negated because of a penalty. Remember last season when Luke Gedeke got drafted, and some people were saying Gadecki, but it's like, no, his name is actually Gedeke.
Yeah.
You know, everyone knows that his name is Luke Gedeke now, besides the fact that he's doing well at pass blocking, because he gets like 3 false start penalties a game. So it's like, oh, who's the false start on? Luke Gedeke. So now everyone knows his name is Gedeke and not Gadecki. But if he keeps getting false start penalties, I might start calling him Gadecki so we can stop getting his name heard. But yeah, just erase all the penalties on the offensive side of the football, because whether it's Luke Gedeke going offsides or Tristan Wirfs getting some penalties as well, I look at this offense, and Dave Canales talks about it a little bit. I look at the offense, though, and I think to myself, what are they unable to do? What can't they do? And what aren't they doing because they are limited by the penalties? And what can't they do is not much. I think they're capable of doing a lot, but you heard Canales say it during the week. He's like, I had like 2 complete rows on my play calling sheet of plays that I couldn't even get into because we were stuck on 2nd and 15 or whatever the case is. So I really think it's simple. Just eliminating a lot of those penalties, and you know, the 17 points turns into 24 points and things of that nature. So yeah, that's what I want to see.
Exactly. Well, folks, if you are looking for a realtor, I've got somebody in mind for you.
Oh yeah.
Matter of fact, Eric Gross is the official realtor of Pewter Report with the Eric Gross Group. And the best part about Eric and his company, the Eric Gross Group, is they're huge Tampa Bay fans. Eric is an avid Pewter Report reader and a Tampa native, so he knows this area like the back of his hand. Plus, he is a Pro Bowler when it comes to real estate. He has done hundreds of transactions in this crazy real estate market and has experience in all types of situations. With a strong team of vendors and a network of over 85,000 agents, the Eric Gross Group will turn your dream of buying or selling a home into a reality. Their clients are not just transactions, they're lifelong friendships. Don't let the stress of buying or selling a home keep you out of the game. Let the Eric Gross Group take the pressure off. Find them on Facebook and Instagram at Eric Gross Group. That is where you will find their most recent open houses and their listings. You can check out their complete listings on their website, which is an incredible website. It's laid out perfectly. I think you're going to enjoy it. It has all of their homes for sale on there. Housesinfla.com, housesinfla.com, or give them a call at 513-907-4271. No matter where you are on your home ownership journey, you're going to feel welcome at the Eric Gross Group, the official realtor of Pewter Report. Make sure you visit Houses in FLA. Now we're going to switch things over to the defense when the Bucs are on the defense.
But before we do that, we have some super chats, and you know our rule.
Let's do it.
Super chat us, we get to you instantly, or as soon as we can.
Front of the line.
Front of the line. We're the bouncers. You get to cut the line. Starting with Rev Fish, also Mark Fisher. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. As Mark says, do you all know if Dean and Davis can ask about tighter coverage or going more man? Surely they see what we do. Not trying to call you Shirley. And surely a lot of people saw what Jamar Chase, who, I don't know, is one of the best receivers in the league, said the toughest cornerback I've gone against is Carlton Davis. Going to be a damn shame when the Bucs play more zone today.
That's right. Yeah, no, I spoke with Carlton this week in the Bucs locker room, and I asked him about playing so much zone, and he just looked resigned. The look on his face was just one of resignation. He just said, I just play what they call. And you can see that he is wanting those Jamar Chase type matchups, those man-to-man matchups. And folks, the reason why they play so much zone is Todd Bowles is making a calculated decision. And I'm not saying it's the right one. Matter of fact, I would throw a little no risk it, no biscuit in there and play more man coverage because they're better at it. First of all, something Bowles has even admitted to Mark Schlereth, who called the Bucs Falcons game a couple weeks ago. But the reason why they're playing more zone coverage is to, as a coach, you need to do two things: play to your strengths and hide your weaknesses. Bowles is hiding his weaknesses, which is Devin White and man coverage. Look no further than that 46-yard catch and run by Tyler Algier in that Falcons game as Exhibit A. And then Ryan Neal, look at any game and he'll give up a big play or a touchdown in terms of pass coverage. So here's the breaking news you're only going to hear from Pewter Report. The Buccaneers plan on playing D. Delaney today. That's right. We've been calling for it. They're going to be playing D. Delaney in some spot situations, mostly obvious passing downs, third downs, etc., and getting Ryan Neal, who is a liability down the field in coverage, off the field, and letting D. Delaney, who was tied for second, or I should say tied for the lead with 2 interceptions, play.
I like it, especially the situations that they're going to put him in, because Ryan Neal is still a good run defender, and
yes,
he's great up in the box. I know a lot of people just don't want to hear Ryan Neal and the word good in the same sentence, unless it's Ryan Neal good riddance. But he is a good run defender. He has been a plus for the Bucs run defense this year, up in the box as a as a extra man in the box. And the Texans run more than almost anybody on first down. So we were talking about the neutral run rates, neutral pass rates. So there is a way to balance those two player skill sets.
Yeah.
And I love the idea of putting Delaney in on third downs, third and mediums, third and longs, obvious passing situations. And now you're playing to both players' strengths. Also,
That's
with
right.
Delaney out there on those third downs, maybe you do see some more man coverage out of Dean and out of Carlton Davis.
Yep.
Yeah, because Josh, you've been asking for that a ton, whether it was your video breakdown of how the Bucs defense can beat the Texans offense, or in the Pewter preview as well. You've been asking for this for a while.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the number one receiver on the Texans depth chart right now isn't John Mechie, right? They've got another receiver who's, I want to say, out today, but Nico Collins has had basically a breakout year. And Scott, you sent something in the Pewter Report group chat, in terms of a really great breakdown of him. But Nico Collins is the exact kind of receiver that Carlton Davis should play a bunch of press man against.
Yes.
He's big, 6'4". He's not super fast at 4.45, although there's this misconception out there that Carlton Davis can't play against fast receivers. And that really came from just one really bad half of football against Tyreek Hill the year of the Super Bowl. But Jamar Chase is a fast receiver who he shut down. But Nico Collins isn't extremely fast. He ran a 4.45 at the combine 2 years ago. This is the guy that Carlton Davis is built to match up against. Very similar to, if anybody watched Thursday Night Football with the Steelers against the Titans, where Joey Porter Jr. just used his length. He's not super, super fast. He used his length to beat DeAndre Hopkins, and that's how Carlton Davis wins. That's exactly what Jamar Chase said in that video that we all saw over the last few days. He's just so long. His arms are so long. He covers so much field. He doesn't have to be fast. So I'd love to see it, and I love that Delaney getting on the field may allow for it a little bit more.
By the way, we got a super chat from Dalen Holmes. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat, who says, a lot of Bucs fans at NRG. Super excited. Awesome. Great to see
Great to see that.
Well represented, especially on the road, when a lot of times it's the road team coming to Tampa that is making some noise. So hopefully they'll get the advantage this time with the Bucs on the road in Houston. Home place to Kyle Trask, but also very close for Mike Evans.
That's right.
Which I think Mike Evans is going to have a big game today.
I do too.
Anyway, Animal with the $10 super chat. Thank you, Animal. Hey, guys, do you think the Bucs players will offer to change their contracts to help out with trying to sign like Devin White and company? No. Not really. No.
Devin White's not going to get another contract in Tampa.
Yeah, just in general for what he's asking about, I would say yes and no. No player is going to give money back.
Right.
However, the way the NFL works with their contracts is a lot of salary can be deferred, which lowers your salary cap hit year A,
right.
increases it in year B and C. It makes it harder for a team to move on from you. But that's what a lot of teams will do when they get into their playoff windows, is they will they'll prorate the money. Basically, they take the salary, they prorate it over the rest of the contract, lowers the salary cap hit, and allows them to sign players in year A. So whether that happens for Devin White or not remains to be seen.
Yeah, and it obviously all comes down to how Devin plays the rest of the season. I think we're kind of all in agreement that at the moment, it's probably not going to happen with Devin White, but never say never. But, we all know where we're at with that at the moment. By the way, just want to give a reminder to everybody, while the Pewter GameDay Show is going on right now, we are not done when when the pregame show is done right around 1 o'clock, because I will be on for the Pewter GameDay live stream, giving my reactions, analysis, opinions, everything going on with the Bucs Texans game. It's been super fun week in and week out, whether the Bucs play good or play bad. And let's be realistic, they've played kind of bad over the past month, really. So nonetheless, it's a good time. Hopefully the Bucs get off the schneid with the win today, and I'll be interacting with everybody in the comments. Of course, super chats get to cut the line, and it'll be fun to get it rocking and rolling. Let's continue.
I'll be joining you for the first half as well.
All right, yeah. Josh will be joining for the first half, which is always a grand old time. Let's talk about when the Bucs, or continue when the Bucs are on the defense. We kind of already talked. Usually we work D-line up to the secondary. Today we started with the secondary, and then we'll move down from there. There's a huge advantage for the Bucs, even with Logan Hall out. I mean, the Texans are on their fourth center. If this is an advantage that the Bucs cannot take advantage of, which I think the stats came out too, where the Bucs are one of the highest blitzing teams in the league, but their pressure rate is one of the lowest. If they can't get pressure today against a fourth stringer, whether it's Vita Vea just manhandling the center or blitzing Devin and Levante through the A gap, the Bucs have some serious problems. But how do you see it looking for the defense today, guys?
Well, if I'm Tampa Bay, I'm doing two things. I'm putting Vita Vea right over the nose, all right, in the nose position, and I'm attacking Michael Dieter, who is their fourth string center, and I'm also showing a bunch of double mug looks in the A gaps. I'm putting so much pressure on Dieter, who does not have any experience playing with these guys outside of this week in practice, really, and I'm going to try to confuse him, have him roll doubles to a certain way, and then come on the opposite side of the A gap. And whether it's Devin White, getting him involved in the blitz scheme today, up the middle, Levante David using Yaya Diaby as that middle linebacker, which they've done on a few plays, and either blitzed or dropped him. Be creative, attack the center, because that's the weakness there. The Buccaneers, outside linebackers, I think, are going to struggle a little bit, as they have all year, down in and down out against offensive tackles. And the duo, Larry Tunsil is certainly one of the better ones in this game. But I think the pass rush has to start and maybe even finish with the defensive tackles and the inside linebackers today. I'm not counting on this outside linebacker group to get home. They've let me down all year, and I don't see that really improving today.
Josh?
I agree with just about everything Scott said. I think on early downs, I would be fine with putting Vita into more of a 3 technique for eye roll, just because looking at like EPA per rush, the Texans do their best running when they're running behind former Buck right guard Shaq Mason, specifically into that B gap. And so I'd love to kind of line up Vita there and really make that difficult, because while Shaq Mason is a very, very good card, the size discrepancy between him and Vita is a little bit. And I think that he could really kind of stifle some of their best runs that way. Then as you get into the later downs, much like, you're starting to look at down in distance in terms of matchups and things like that. We talked about that in the secondary with D. Delaney subbing in. Then you move Vea over to the 1 technique that allows Cansey more of a one-on-one opportunity. And I still think that the Bucs outside linebackers may be able to win on one side. I do agree. Laramie Tunsil is a top 3 tackle in the NFL, and he's probably going to shut down that side. But the Texans took their longtime right tackle from last year, Titus Howard. And I believe he's playing left guard now because they not only had the injuries at center, they've had 2 major injuries at left guard. Their first-round draft pick from last year, Kenyon Green, he's out for the season. Then they went and traded for Kendrick Green, no relation to Kenyon, put him at left guard, and then he went out for the season. Yeah. So they're on left guard number 3. So they decided to shuffle their line, and they put Titus Howard over there. So I think that the Bucs outside linebackers, their edge rushers, have a shot at winning on the outside. It's just going to be on the left side of the defense, the right side of the offense.
Yeah, George Fant's playing right tackle for the Texans now.
That's right. Yeah. Yep, and he's very solid, right? And he has been for a very long time because he's like 5,000 years old and still playing.
Wouldn't it be funny?
But I still think that that's a matchup that. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, wouldn't it be funny? Like, we've talked a lot about how the secondary, while the Bucs are getting turnovers, it's a lot of forced fumbles, and the secondary outside of Christian Izien and D. Delaney aren't intercepting the ball. Wouldn't that just the way things go? This would be the week where like Carlton and Jamel get an interception against a team that just doesn't turn the football over.
Yeah, 4 turnovers the entire year. It's crazy.
Which could be the difference in this one. We got another super chat from Mark Fisher. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat, who says, Josh, didn't get to hear you live often, but in the future, could you share if our cap situation is good, bad next year, ... I hear mixed signals. And he also says, love the film review.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mark. Just real quick, it's very good next year. Mike Greenberg, the Bucs kind of capologist, made a bold decision this year, one that most people did not see coming. He had the option to take Tom Brady's extremely large dead cap hit of
$35 million,
$40 million. Yep. And split it between this year, a small cap hit this year, and a large one next year, or just take the whole thing this year. And he took the whole thing this year, which means next year the Bucs, as of right now, have top 10. I want to say it's like 7th in the NFL in available cap room. And that's before they do any restructures, which we were talking about a little bit earlier, to create even more space. So the money is there to re-sign some of the big guys that everybody's talking about. Tristan Wirfs is under contract next year under his 5th-year option, but there's a chance that the Bucs do a long-term deal with him, which could actually create more room in 2024. Antoine Winfield Jr., the money's there to re-sign him, although I do think that he's a big candidate for a franchise tag. Which will be fairly expensive. And there's money there for a quarterback, whether that's Baker Mayfield, Kirk Cousins, somebody else. If they decide not to go via the draft, there's money there for that, as well as some other big, name free agents as they continue to bolster the roster.
Okay, this is a dumb hypothetical, but who would be more shocking to see have a holdout in training camp next season? Tristan, based on just the good-natured people that they are. Tristan Wirfs or Antoine Winfield Jr.?
I don't think either one.
I couldn't see either one.
You don't want to be the bad guy, right? That's what they would say.
I guess the big one is the money's there for Mike Evans on maybe a little bit less than what he was reported to be looking for right before this season, and more in line with the production and age that he's at, which would still be a very expensive contract, most likely over $20 million per year.
From what I'm hearing, they're going to let him test free agency and see what the number is. The relationship between Jason Light and Mike Evans is so good that I think Mike would allow the Bucs to match. And when you're looking at this, not all things are created equal in terms of offers, right? If the Chicago Bears, who have the most cap room in the league, if they offer Mike the most money, that's a decision for Mike. Do you want to go and play for a downtrodden team and have no chance of winning a Super Bowl anytime soon? Or do you want to stay in Tampa Bay? You got 2 homes, right? You got one in Galveston, you have one in Tampa. Do you want a third one in Chicago? Do you want to pay the state income tax in Illinois, which is sky high compared to none in Tampa? So not all deals are created equal. He might get maybe $18 million in Tampa and 21 in Chicago, and might opt to play for less money in Tampa because of those scenarios. So
and he probably still ended up saving money. You guys see, who was that 49ers player that showed his game check? And he's like, they took 49% of my
Eric Armstead.
Exactly.
California taxes are insane.
Exactly. So there's a little bit of a benefit of still playing.
And to build off of that point that Scott just made, a team like the Bears, like this is real in terms of those decisions that a lot of players make. it's widely reported that part of the reason why they gave up a second round pick for Montez Sweat at the trade deadline was because last year they were in on a ton of big name free agents, sometimes with the highest offer possible.
Yeah. And they got turned down.
And players were still turning them down for others.
Yep.
So they went out and had to give up draft capital to get Montez Sweat in the building and an exclusive negotiating window where then they did offer him more money than he's probably worth. He's very, very good, but not quite the 98 to 105 depending on escalators and things like that that he got in order to just get some premier guys in their building that they can't just force to pay for them because they drafted them.
Yep. This comment from Shaggy, it says, Illinois sucks. This actually sparked an idea for me. On tomorrow's roll call, instead of saying what city you're watching from, put down the city you hate the most, and we'll put that up on the screen. Watch, it's going to be 10,000 like New Orleans.
Exactly, right.
Atlanta, New Orleans.
Right.
I'm just kidding. We'll keep the roll call as
I love the outside the box thinking.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you gotta mix it up a little bit. But we'll worry about where Mike Evans is in the offseason if he plays for another team. Why you still have Mike Evans on the Buccaneers? It'd be great if you want to pick him in this week's Underdog Fantasy Player Props and Pick'ems, or Pewter Picks and Props like my show, which I do have Mike Evans prop bet on. Anyway, Underdog Fantasy is so much fun to do for their in-season game pick'ems. You just pick at least 2 players. You can pick up to 5 and win up to 20 times your money. You're just choosing stats, whether it's higher or lower on certain receiving yards or passing yards, whatever you want. Like I said, you can win up to 20 times your money in the pick'ems or the rivals or the in-game tournaments as well that they have. So use that promo code Pewter, that's PEWTER, and get a first deposit bonus over at Underdog Fantasy. And make sure to tail my picks on Pewter Picks and Props as well. But let's keep it moving, looking at some of the matchups for today's game, which is coming up in 20 minutes. We'll start when the Bucs are on offense, taking on the Texans defense. This first matchup, Luke Gedeke, Mr. False Start himself, against the defensive end, Will Anderson Jr. Scott, we'll start with you on this one. Who do you got in this matchup?
I'm going to go with Gedeke as long as those false starts don't pop up again. And I think they were in part due to the loud crowd noise on the road, right, which is going to happen again today. But then also Will Anderson's a very fast speed rusher. And I think even the stronger guys give Luke a little bit more problems. Calais Campbell, I think, was probably his toughest matchup to date. So it'll be interesting to see if Luke kind of rebounds, if he's not thinking too much out there. But I'll give Luke a slight edge here. Josh, what do you think?
I'll go Will Anderson. Luke has been a revelation this year, but Will Anderson has been kind of a one-man wrecking crew for the Texans. I shouldn't say that. Jonathan Grenard on the other side has been really good.
Yeah, he's been even better.
Will Anderson has been phenomenal. He's been everything the Texans needed him to be for the huge draft haul that they gave up to go back up and get him. That I still think he'll win, not by much, but I would give the edge to Anderson.
Yeah, because of that, I'm going to split the difference and give a push. I really like what I've seen from Luke Gedeke. He has to clean up the penalties, but I think overall his play kind of erases the penalties that he's had in recent weeks. And Will Anderson's an exciting up-and-coming player, as is Luke Gedeke. So, yeah, I'm going to go with a push in this matchup. Next up, the hometown hero, Mike Evans, currently still on the Buccaneers against cornerback Steven Nelson. Josh Capo, Josh Q, we will start with you. Did not mean to rhyme that, but here we are. What do you got?
So if the Texans decide to go and play a lot of man coverage, which they will do at a decent rate, I'll take Mike Evans in this matchup. If they go a lot of too high and they roll coverage, not so much that I'm taking Nelson to win the matchup, but just the way that Mike Evans is a traditional X receiver. If coverage is rolled his way on a 3-by-1 look, they're just not going to throw him the ball. So it really kind of depends on how D'Amico Ryans decides to play the Bucs offense overall. I think one way to kind of get Mike involved more is more 2-by-2 looks rather than 3-by-1s, which forces the Texans defense to cover both sides of the field and allows Evans to play into this concept a little bit more. So I guess that's a really long-winded way of saying I'll take Mike Evans.
I think Mike Evans wins this one. He's playing as close to home as he can, right? Galveston is just down the road. Steven Nelson, though, is a formidable foe, right? 5 pass breakups, 3 interceptions to lead the Texans. This is going to be a good matchup, and Nelson has a little bit of size on him. Mike's still bigger, but I'm going to go with Mike Evans. I think after last week's slow start, they kind of force feed him the ball a little bit and get him going early today, Matt.
I think Mike has come into this season with a good attitude, despite the, all the contract stuff. And, he didn't even really look comfortable talking about it in that one time we did get to speak to Mike. Now, there are some Bucs fans that have said, like, oh, why didn't Mike react when he scored this touchdown? Or why didn't Mike do this? Am I saying that Mike is the happiest he's ever been in Tampa? No, probably not. He's probably got to have that contract on his mind. And I'm not saying he's sulking or having a poor attitude. He's a team captain, again, for a big reason. But do I think his spirits will be lifted just a smidge bit more because he's playing as close to his hometown as he possibly can? Yes. I think those types of things matter. And I think they really matter for someone like Mike Evans, who's super, super passionate about his family, playing well, Texas A&M, and his hometown of Galveston. I think that thing resonates with someone like Mike Evans more than it would literally somebody else in the league. And on top of that, I think we're getting closer to another big Mike Evans, not breakout game, but Chicago Bear 170-yard type of game. There are not many matchups where I would not be picking Mike Evans, so I'm going to take Mike Evans in this matchup. So next we have Rachaad White against Blake Cashman. Scott, who you got in this one?
Cashman is probably the best linebacker for the Texans. 37 tackles on the year. He's got a sack. He's got 4 pass breakups. He's active in coverage. He's got an interception. He's got a fumble recovery. He's just around the ball. He's a bit of a playmaker, and he can cover as well as stuff the run. I think this is going to be a push. I like how Rachaad White's being used in the screen game as an outlet receiver. They're going to obviously test him as a running back, but Cashman, I think, is up to the task. This is going to be a good back and forth, and I expect it to be a push.
Yeah, I'll take Rachaad White in this. Cashman is having an absolutely phenomenal year, and maybe Ryans has found a way to unlock him. It's, I would say, a little out of character for his career, though.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'll take the larger sample size, and I think Rachaad White can win a few of those in space, especially because the Texans don't cover the flats very well. So if they can get Rachaad White the ball out in the flats, I think he can make Cashman miss. I don't think Cashman's a great athlete, and I think that the Bucs can exploit that a little bit.
If it's Rachaad White as a running back, I'm probably taking Cashman. If it's Rachaad White as a receiver, I'm probably taking Rachaad White. So I guess if you add that together, it's a push. I'm going to take a push in that matchup just based on the kind of the ups and downs and the fluctuation of Rachaad White's game this season. But moving on, left tackle Tristan Wirfs against Jonathan Greenard. A great matchup, as we talked about. Greenard is the top pass rusher, or at least leading sack distributor for the Texans, and Tristan Wirfs well on his way to a Hall of Fame career. I've said it before, I've said it again. There's not many matchups where I would not pick Tristan Wirfs. So even though this is one of his tougher matchups this season, you got to go with Tristan Wirfs. He's a brick wall for a reason, has been relatively seamless moving from the right side to the left side. So I will take Tristan Wirfs in this matchup.
Yeah, I like Wirfs as well, especially since he was upgraded to a full participant in practice later this week. It's interesting. If that game had been on Sunday against the Bills rather than Thursday, he had a couple more days worth of rest. I think it's helped that bruised thigh. Greenard, though, is no joke. 6 sacks on the season, 8 tackles for loss. We can do it in the running game and the passing game, as well as pressure the quarterback. I want to say Will Anderson has 27 pressures to lead the Texans. Greenard is right behind with 25, but the brick wall that is Tristan Wirfs will prevail today, and I expect him to have a really good game against Greenard today.
Yeah, Greenard is fantastic, and I want to say this may be a contract year for him, so he's setting himself up for a nice paycheck. He is 20th in the NFL in pass rush win percentage under true passing sets, so when it's just one-on-one, it's not schemed up or anything like that, at 19.1%. With that said, and it will be a phenomenal matchup, I'm still taking Tristan Wirfs, who is a top 3 tackle in the NFL, and top 3 beats top 20 in my book.
Yep.
Yes, it does. That's how Plant City math works as well. You learn from it. Last matchup, Tight end Kate Otten, who Josh Capo has infamously asked for O'Keefe to get more playing time versus safeties Jalen Petrie and Jimmy Ward. Josh, I think I know where you're going with this one, but feel free to lead us off.
Give me anybody in the opposing jersey over Kate Otten.
Yep, I feel the same way. I think Petrie
I
think, as I say,
I love Petrie coming out of the
me
draft.
too. Yeah. I think both these guys are gonna just about erase Kate Otten today. Or if he catches the ball, it's gonna be for no yards after catch.
Yeah, you guys are smart people, and Peter people in the chat as well, very smart people. So I'm not gonna waste your time. I'm taking Petrie and Jimmy Ward. By the way, we got a super chat from our main man Paul, aka Florida Dreamhouse, who says. And thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Evans, anytime touchdown. Bucs plus 2.5. Added Baker getting over 1.5 touchdowns to Matty Diamond's picks. $100 to win $560 for the super chat Disney Vacation Fund LFG. Paul, I hope you win.
Here we go.
I know you've been saying before that I've won you some money. I plan on adding to your vacation today. Hell, if this hits, I may even join you on your vacation for one of the days. It's only a brief trip down the road, which, by the way, this is a great time to talk about the Bucs being a 3-point underdog.
Yeah.
Would you can bet on them over at mybookie.ag?
I did just that.
Use that promo code Pewter. That's PEWTER. Get a first deposit bonus when you sign up with MyBookie using the promo code Pewter. You can get up to $200 as low as $45, but it's free money in your account. So even if you learn from Plants and Math, you know that is a heck of a deal. MyBookie.ag. Use the promo code Pewter. Check out their online casino as well. But thank you to Paul, a.k.a. Florida Dreamhouse, for the kind words. Let's move on over to Bucs defense against Texas offense. Vita Vea versus Michael Dieter. Is anybody not taking Vita Vea in this matchup?
Nope, Vita all day long.
All right.
Yeah,
we shall move on to the second matchup. Jamel Dean versus wide receiver Tank Dell. Josh Capo, why don't you start us off with this one?
Based on the way that the Bucs run their coverages, I think Tank Dell's the type of wide receiver you can manufacture touches for.
Yeah.
So I think he will have a high catch total. I think Jamel Dean has been very good as a tackler and run defense and just in general once guys have the ball in their hands. So I'll take a push where you'll see Tank Dell with a large catch total, but maybe not a ton of yards because Dean's able to wrap him up and limit the yards after catch.
Yeah, the Texans will put Tank Dell in the slot sometimes. They'll do that with Nico Collins. They'll move him around, both of these receivers. But when Dean is matched up on Dell, this is speed versus speed. And Tank Dell is more quick than he is fast. And but I do like Dean with his athleticism. He's a better athlete than Carlton Davis is. So anytime that Tank Dell is on Dean, I think Dean can be able to handle him. If Dell's going to get his catches, it might come in the slot versus Izzian or against Carlton Davis. But I'm going to go with Dean on this particular matchup.
I think we're going to be hearing Jamel Dean's name a lot, but unfortunately, I think it's going to be, Dean with the tackle after Tank Dell makes the catch and is already down the field. So I think Dean has been getting better. I know we've highlighted some of his struggles earlier on in the season, and while I do think he is on the up and up, I'm still going to take Tank Dell in this matchup. Sticking with the cornerbacks of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, we got Carlton Davis III against Nico Collins. Scott, what do you got in this cornerback wide receiver matchup?
Nico Collins is a big physical wide receiver. He does have some size too, right? He's about 6'4", 215. So kind of in that Mike Evans role. I do like Carlton Davis with his length in this matchup. But Nico Collins having a great season. I'm actually going to go with the push in this. I think Carlton's going to win some of these, get a couple pass breakups, probably no interceptions. But I do believe Nico Collins will get his catches as well. So I'm going to go with the push on this.
Yeah. I'm going to take Carlton as a function of strategy and play calling. I mentioned earlier that the Texans run the ball on first down more than just about anybody else. When you add that plus their offensive line injury struggles, I could see them being in third and long quite a bit. And that's where I think Carlton Davis could potentially shine against Nico Collins, provided Todd Bowles doesn't ask Carlton to line up 27 yards off the line of scrimmage. So
yeah,
give me Carlton Davis
there you go.
In a bounce back game for Todd Bowles in terms of scheme and strategy.
I have a prediction surrounding Carlton Davis today. He's either going to play man coverage and he's going to play extremely well, kind of like when you have a dog that's been in the house for too long or a horse that's in the stable for too long, and then you open the door and it has a whole backyard or you're at a park and it has the whole field to run around and sprint around and get all that energy out. I think that's going to be Carlton Davis. Or they're going to continue to play soft zone, and Carlton Davis is going to yell at Todd Bowles on the sideline, and it's going to be a great video captured by the cameraman. I hope one of those happens, but I'm going to choose to believe that Todd Bowles is going to start playing more man with a cornerback that's really good at playing man. So I will take Carlton Davis the third, Carlton Davis Trey against Nico Collins. Next up, everyone's favorite inside linebacker, Devin White. That's sarcasm. Versus running back Devin Singletary. Scott, is Devin going to get live?
Which Devin? It's the battle of the Devins.
It's Devin White going to get live.
I have seen so much bad film from Devin White, and I'm not picking on the guy. Like I'll sit down with anybody who wants film on Devin White and prove my point. Devin White is not good this year. He's not going to be re-signed by the Buccaneers. He will have a hard time finding any team that will pay him $11.7 million, which is what he's making this year. So I think his struggles continue. He's in a funk for some reason. I'd love to see him get out of it for his sake and the Bucs, but I don't think it's going to happen today. Devin Singletary is a backup running back who's going to be the starter today with Damian Pierce being out. But I like Devin Singletary. Devin White is just playing uninspired football. It's crazy that this is happening in a contract year, but it is.
Josh?
I'll take Levante David for 300. So I agree with both of Scott's points, but I think Levante is the great equalizer in this matchup. So push because of Levante. Is that allowed?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, why not? We make our own rules. I'm going to go Devin White in this one strictly because I've had Devin Singletary in fantasy for the past couple of years. And granted, he was on the Bills, so it's different. Josh Allen likes to run a ton.
Yeah.
Devin Singletary, listen, you make it to the NFL. That's a ton of credit. None of us on this panel have been able to do that.
That's right.
Scott did block a punt one time. That was pretty cool.
That was in high school.
I played left tackle and center. That was pretty cool. But none of us have made it to the NFL level. With that said, Devin Singletary kind of stinks as a running back. So I'm going to take Devin White in this matchup. Last but not least, outside linebacker Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, another favorite of Bucs fans, against one of the most highlighted and talked about draft day videos in the history of the NFL, Laramie Tunsil. I'll make this one quick because I've said it. I don't care if I'm repeating myself. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka has to prove something to me for me to pick him in these matchups. And I'm done picking Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, so I refuse to pick him. So I'm going to go with Laramie Tunsil. I think Tunsil's going to smoke JTS.
I'm with you on that. I don't think JTS is a good football player. I think he's a good athlete playing football, but he's not a good football player. He's not an instinctive guy. This team has given him 3 years to show something, and he is at best a wave pass rusher, but he's not even like a pass rushing specialist. So I don't know what JT is at this point in time, other than disappointing.
Yeah, he's trying, but he's not trying.
Failing.
Yeah, I mean, Laramie Tunsil, again, top 3 left tackle in all of football. He's going to beat anybody lined up over there, including JTS, who most often lines up on the right side against the left tackle. So, yeah, this is definitely a win for the Texans, in my opinion.
Should we call him Joe Phelan?
I was thinking that, Matt. Great minds think alike. Great minds thinking alike. We've actually got really, really good records here. Although there's gonna be a change today. After all of us picked the Bills to beat the Bucs, which we were correct. Look at these records, folks: 6-1, 5-2, all the way down the board. We know what we're talking about here. But Adam Slavon has the Buccaneers losing today to the Texans. So either we're all going to gain, some ground over Adam, who will be in sole possession of third place in the standings, or Adam's going to tie myself at the top of the leaderboard today. Of course, we know what Buccaneer fans want to see, not Adam winning, that's for sure. But there's the score predictions. What the highest score total was 23. Matt, you've got the Bucs scoring 23 points. I think everybody else has the Buccaneers scoring 20 because I think they have to score 20 points or more to win this game. But look at these scores: 20-19, 20-16, 21-10, the biggest margin from Josh Capo, 23-14. Matt is in there as well. This is two teams at 3 and 4 that are almost opposites, or I should say, identical opposites of each other. One's in the AFC South, the other's in the NFC South. But they're both tied for 6th in scoring defense with 18.3 points allowed. Both don't turn the ball over a lot. Texans have 5 turnovers. The Bucs have 6. Both have defensive-minded head coaches. Both have struggling offenses. Both offenses can't run the ball that well. This is going to be a very, very interesting, evenly matched game. If the Bucs don't win this one, 4 losses in a row, fellas.
Yeah,
look out.
And over a month without a win. I mean, obviously you had the bye week factored into there, but I mean, if they lose again, no,
if they lose again,
I feel very
hot
confident.
seat.
I feel very confident that the Bucs are going to win today. I don't know. I woke up, I had a great breakfast, got ready to go, and I don't know. I feel really good about the Bucs today.
I do too. I went large on the Bucs and my bookie today. I went 20 large on the Bucs.
Ooh,
the money line.
That's why you're the boss. You get to go large.
I had a good day yesterday at my bookie on college football.
You did. You had a very good day.
Yeah.
Big 12 has been kind to you this year, sir.
Big 12 has been kind.
Everybody in the comments, feel free to start putting your game prediction in the chat. It could be a score. It could be, I think Mike Evans is going to have 200 receiving yards, whatever it is. Because we're 2 minutes until kickoff, which again, that'll be the Pewter GameDay Show. Don't touch that dial. It'll be myself and Josh Capo on for the first half. Which is always a really fun time. We'll have the Pewter post-game show as well whenever this game is done. We usually do it a little bit after we hear from Todd Bowles and Baker Mayfield. So still a ton of Bucs content to come today. We'll have most impressive. We'll have most disappointing. The game recap as well. As Narav says, 17-10 that the Bucs are going to win. What says that the Bucs are finally going to put up 30? Josh, why don't we get ahead of it since we usually wait? Let's sync up our TVs, man.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's see here.
Okay. It's the CBS is doing like the whole, hey, there's a game. Look at this cool graphic. Okay,
I'm
the
on
Texans
that as well.
The Texans just ran onto the field.
Okay, then I'll need you to pause for maybe 2.5, 3 seconds.
Okay, I just paused it. Let me know when they show the Texans, and then they're going to show a brief thing in the corner, and it's all in Spanish.
Available in Spanish now.
All right. Come on, remote. All right.
Have a great day, Scott.
Yeah, Scott waved goodbye on his own, because now it's time for the Pewter GameDay Show. So first, I'm going to put up this graphic because we like graphics. Yes, we do. We like graphics. How about you?
Cheers.
Then we're going to blow your minds by firing the cannon. Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a brand new edition of the Pewter GameDay Show, energized by Celsius, the official energy drink of PewterReport.com. It is Bucs versus Texans. They are about to kick off. You've all been with us, so I don't need to really introduce myself, but I'm Matt Matera. Joined with me, rocking the peach vibe, is my colleague from Pewter Report. It is Josh Capo. This man always puts his best foot forward because he works in the shoe department.
I like it. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
I go back to work tomorrow, so.
You have to work tomorrow?
I've been off all week.
Oh, cool.
So,
cool.
yeah. So, I go back to work tomorrow. It's
okay.
Not as fun
wow.
as doing this with you.
I appreciate that, man. I always enjoy when we do this, especially with you, my friend. Some good news. For the first time in a long time, the Bucs aren't going to start with the ball. They won the coin toss. They deferred. So the MVP himself, Jake Camarda, will kick off to begin this game. By the way, my bets on this game, I have the Bucs plus 2.5. I have the under. I did a prop bet for Mike Evans catches and receiving yards. And then my Pewter picks and props, I have Baker with the under on passing yards, over 6.5 rushing yards for CJ Stroud, and the over on the receiving yards for Mike Evans. I also like a parlay, Seahawks plus 6.5, Falcons -3.5 and Bucs money line. So let's win that
2
money.
follow-up questions, if you don't mind.
Yes.
You said you got the Bucs at +2.5. Would that change as the line has officially moved on my bookie to 3, or would you still take them?
Yeah,
because
that would be better. So I would.
Yeah, you get the
now
extra
if it went to, I mean, I have the money line, so I think they're going to win anyway. But yeah, that's why sometimes it's better to get the bet in during the week.
Yep, and then you got the under on, what was the total?
Baker passing yards. I think it was 240.5.
I thought you said you took the under on the total points for the game.
Yes, I did. That was at 40.
40. Okay. Yeah. No,
and you know why? Honestly, Josh, more than anything else, the under has hit in every Bucs game this season except for one, and that was in week 2. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure the under's hitting across the NFL for this season as offensive production is way down across the league.
Yeah, and the Texans have hit the under in their last 4 games. So I'm kind of just going with the stats on this one. We'll get to everyone's comments as well. Just a reminder, if our TV is ahead, feel free to pause us and then play us once your TV is synced up to when we were watching. And feel free to adjust on the fly as we get things going. First play. So you saw that the Texans have the ball right now. Shotgun. Yep. Stroud looking wide open, but a bad throw. Looking for Tank Dell.
How many yards of separation did you think Dell had, and how many did he have before the ball was even snapped?
Todd's back on his bullshit already.
Oh, like that's amazing.
What's that meme? It's like, shit, here I go again. It's like Todd calling the defense. I'm going to keep it a little X-rated today. Not that X-rated. Oh, Devin White on a blitz. He's getting on his horse. He misses the quarterback. Stroud rolls out, gets hit by Shaq Barrett, and that forces an incomplete. Devin White on his horse. Couldn't finish the job, but anyway.
Yep. Let's see if we see D. Delaney check in here on a 3rd and 10.
Remember, first reported by Pewter during the Pewter GameDay Show. And Devin was getting live on that one. You remember, 3rd down has been a huge bugaboo for the Bucs on defense.
One of the worst 3rd down defenses in the NFL this year.
The worst. Shout out John Ralphio. Stroud has time. He's moving around. He has time. Dumps it off. It's caught. And the ball's loose. Levante David knocks it loose. And who jumps on it? Antoine Winfield Jr. It's either going to be an incompletion or a turnover for the Bucs.
Looks like
Levante flexing on him. Levante David.
2 things. Winfield got it over Delaney, and it looked like Delaney may have gotten hurt on that play. So Delaney did check in for 3rd down.
Is it even worth it now? Should they have just given him the first down so you could have D. Delaney?
So many storylines we talked about in the pregame, all in one play. Devin White misses a tackle. Levante David cancels out the Devin White bad by knocking the ball loose. Antoine Winfield Jr., as he has been all year long, around the play. D. Delaney in on 3rd down, around the play. I think that's like our entire pregame show. Like we covered
pretty much.
This is why we're the best people.
Levante David is reverse Benjamin Buttoning.
Yes. I love it. All right. Bucs have the ball.
Like he still looks as good. He still looks as good as ever. It's crazy.
Yes, he does.
And Bucs start off with a throw to K-Dot, the worst tight end room in the league. Thank God they didn't play O'Keefe more than him.
Oh, but there's a flag. Let's see what it is.
Oh, the penalties. What? Oh,
well, it may be defensive offsides.
What did we talk about?
We know it wasn't a false start, and it happened right after the snap.
It's offsides. All right, the Bucs are in business. By the way, we have a $10 super chat from Vice that says, keep up, guys. Vice, thank you so much for that. We will keep up the great work. Buddy, we are just getting started. Or girl, either way. Homie, we are just getting started. We're 2 minutes into this game.
Yep. Now, interesting, Tristan Wirfs got beat by Jonathan Grenard, but Baker was able to get the ball out on a shotgun play action, which was something that I was calling for to begin the game.
Play action. play action.
And of course, they come back with a first down run, which has been, if you look back, I've been charting the Bucs offense this year, and almost every big play is followed by a run. And it almost seemed like the Texans knew that. Plus, it was first down, so there's a good chance the Bucs are going to run the ball. And they shut down that 1st and 10 run by Rachaad White to set up 2nd and 10.
Bucs go play action on 2nd down. Baker has time, throws it a little high for Cade Otton.
Coach Keith would have caught it.
Yeah,
That's
he probably
not true.
would have. He's
That's not true
definitely
at all.
taller and has better hands. Shaggy says, proof the coaches watch Pewter Report.
There you go.
We sent a couple of things to them over the past season or two.
Yeah.
All right, 3rd and 10, red zone. Stop me if you've heard this before. Baker in shotgun. He's got Mike in the slot on the left side. That's fun. That's cute. He was looking for Mike. Instead, he's going to let loose, throw it to Rachaad, who's good out in space. Breaks one tackle, but can't break every tackle. Bucs will settle for a field goal. Womp, womp. Dun, dun, dun. Maybe Bucs defense just pitches a shutout today. That'd be cool.
I have them only allowing 10 points. So
there you go.
That was a very good start for what I would consider a fairly bold prediction coming off that Buffalo game, where Buffalo had the Bucs figured out pre-snap on at least 85% of the snaps. Like, I know a lot of people were upset that the Bucs pass rush couldn't get home. They didn't have time.
Chase Claire McLaughlin hits it. But the Bucs have a lead. That's been few and far between over the last month.
Yeah. Did you see Ryan Neal just sitting on the bench next to Winfield with his helmet on, like seething?
Nah. It's like he just found out that he wasn't playing.
he had Pewter Report on his alerts for Twitter, and that's how he found out.
Wade Butler says typical Fields can't just win with field goals. Are you suggesting the Bucs trade for Justin Fields? Wow.
Yeah, I'm a little Fields.
Adam P. Park says, not sure if I am shell-shocked from last week, but it looks like the Texans are timing the Bucs snaps like Buffalo.
Something to keep an eye out for.
Yeah. Jay Breakfast Football, or Jay Breaks Football. That play action first down should have been followed by another play action. As Brian says, please no Fields.
And if they don't have a field, what are they going to play on?
Turf. Oh, but all the players they can play on ice, but that would just be hockey. And they play 80 and they play 82 of those games.
I think some football fans would love the idea of 82 football games. I think no players would be happy about that, though.
Yeah.
They fought tooth and nail on the 17th game. Which, since we're at commercial, do you believe there should be a second bye week if they go to an 18th game like the owners want?
Yeah, I've actually excuse me, water went down the wrong pipe.
No worries.
I actually had a conversation with persona non grata Ryan Neal about this about 2 weeks ago. There's no way that you cannot have a second
bye week.
A second bye week. He essentially said that, like, that's got to be the first thing if you're arguing, or one of us said it, either I said it or he said it, that, like, that has to be the first thing in the bargaining of 18 is, all right, well, we get 2 bye weeks.
Yeah, the thing that I was thinking about is if you go to an 18th game and you add a second bye week, it could also expand their footprint in Europe, where you could do like a bye, then have them go over to Europe, play 2 games in a row in Europe, one as the home team, one as the away team, then kind of have a bye coming out. And you also wouldn't have to worry about like bad games because of jet lag, right?
Yeah.
The bye week going in gives you the opportunity to reset your internal clock.
I think that's a great point. And also from a media standpoint, hell yeah, that's another weekend off where I could just watch all of the NFL. and not work. Not that I don't love working at Pewter Report, but I mean, then I could scream at the TV more, can watch
Right.
and be better informed about the Bucs' upcoming opponents by watching them. So, bam, spin zone.
And then the other thing that would come of that, or not other thing that would come of that, just because we were on the live stream, we didn't get a chance to see the end, but it seems like there was a very good game in Europe this morning. I got to watch the first, 2.5 quarters.
Yeah.
And,
I pretty much watched the first half, and I said the Dolphins are tissue paper soft, and I stand by that. I know they started coming back in the second half. But yeah, where are the stats, where are the analytics? And I think analytics are very important, but where are the analytics that say that the Dolphins are soft? How do those analytics come in?
I'll have to take a look afterwards, and I'll let you know. So, but yeah,
Dolphins or the Bucs secondary and zone. As the Texans, they might have been playing man there. I would have to double check. But Dalton Schultz with a reception moves down the field for a foist down. First and 10 for the Texans. They're going to run it with Devin Singletary, swallowed up by Vita Vea.
Already. That the Bucs defense is a completely different unit with Vita Vea. I know that's not like groundbreaking analysis there, but you could tell last week that this defense is kind of built around him. And when you don't have him on the field, everything is much, much worse, and everything is much harder for some specific players who play really well off of him, like Devin White and Kalijah Kinsey.
I think, Josh, and we could talk about this after this play. Shotgun, Stroud gets the snap, throws over the middle, caught by, I think, Collins. I think
that's Nico Collins.
Yep, Nico Collins. No, Tank Dell. We're both wrong. Well, we both said the same person. So Tank Dell with his first reception. I think the Bucs have gotten outstanding play from one player in each of their phases/units on defense, Vita, Levante, and Antoine. And I feel like that's masked/covered in the deficiencies of the Bucs defense, which is still a really good defense, but you know. Oh, Levante David, speaking of.
Also, I have noticed anecdotally the Bucs outside corners have been lining up closer to the line of scrimmage more already this week than they were last week.
Good. Richard Jr. says, should we be handing the ball off to Vita to at least try to have a run game?
Tush push with Vita. Push.
Dave Canales confirmed, said they're working on it.
With Vita or just
not with Vita, just yeah, he didn't say no. All right, a little end around to Tank Dell. Bucs do a good job of limiting it. They'll make it third and short.
Specifically, Chris Izzian was able to cut through and cut off Dell's ability to get to the outside corner there. Forced him back inside.
Had an illness on Friday, but he was on Instagram all day on Saturday, being like, new cleats for the game. So I wasn't really worried about him.
Yeah. I think JTS there making the tackle.
Yeah. All right. Big time, 3rd and 9. Last time Bucs forced a fumble. Shaq with a good pass rush. Gets Stroud out of there. It's still caught to a wide open Mechie. But they'll be short, so that'll either force a field goal or maybe the Texans are feeling frisky and will go for it. But
yes, we talked a little bit pregame. Oh, flag on the play. Let's see what that is. But I was going to say we talked a little bit pregame about the Bucs edge rushers and whether they'd be able to affect Stroud at all. Talked a little bit about on the left side, maybe not so much, but on the right side of the offense, there was definitely an opportunity. They're going to get him for roughing.
That sucks.
I don't agree with that at all.
I don't agree with that either. As Angelina S says, hi, everyone, go Bucs. Hello, Angelina. Angle says,
BS call.
Yeah. I didn't love the call. But it's always weird when you dive at the ankles. Like, sometimes they call it. Sometimes they don't. Anyway, that puts the Texans in pretty good field position. They throw the slant. It's caught. Touchdown. Texans lead 6-3. Collins.
Jamel Dean on the inside there.
Well, we've said before, you either got to beat the Bucs defense early or you won't. They always allow a touchdown early, and then they batten down the hatches. So
yep. And Stroud has been extremely impressive for a rookie.
Yeah.
With Anthony Richardson he's out for the season. Stroud has easily been the best rookie quarterback out of this class so far. Although Will Levis, now that he's getting some run in Tennessee, had a very impressive debut against the Falcons. And then I would even say a pretty impressive follow-up game against the Steelers' vaunted pass rush.
That is true. And if you see on the screen right now, getting escorted off the field with the trainer. So we'll see if he's banged up at all. Jamel Dean should be feeling good going into the game. He met Shaq last weekend, which is pretty cool. Spoke to him about that.
Nice. You hope he's okay, but the Bucs have surprisingly good depth on their outside corner room, which we didn't know going into the season. Zion McCollum has played very well in place of Dean and Davis with some separate injuries early in the season.
That is quite true. The extra point is up, and it is good. Texans extend their lead to 7-3 in the first quarter. High scoring. I mean, in terms of Bucs games, this is a very high scoring first quarter. Maybe we'll get some Mike Evans on this drive. Long Lost Glazer says reports of Dean's injuries are saying burnt. That's funny. Ha 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 ha. Rux's Reviews says Jamel Dean keeps on making a scene. A bad scene. All right.
Yeah, all right. So I guess my response there was, yes, he got beat, but if it was because he got hurt in the middle of the rep,
yeah,
it's hard to necessarily blame that on the man. Like, your knee goes out, you're going to have trouble, covering the play. For me, it's making fun of an injury is,
yeah,
I don't know, I just can't go there.
Vice says Dean has made I think Vice Dean's abs are made of plastic, like a Barbie doll. Nathan says, I love how inept Bowles is. It takes someone getting injured for Zion to get in the game.
So I guess my question there would be, who would you take off the field? Because both of the Bucs outside corners have individually been some of the best corners in football over the last few years. What type of sample size do you finally say, okay, we'll just go with Zion, right? I mean, he's had a 3-game sample size. Dean had a 4-year sample size of being pretty damn good. Carlton Davis had a 5-year sample size of being pretty good.
Yeah.
And I think we've well documented that a good majority of the struggles that those two have had this year has been scheme-based, not so much play-based.
I think it's more just like I would like to see Zion just see the field sometimes.
So, rotating him in.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
I can get behind that.
Yeah, I'm not, I'm just reading the comments, but I am definitely not saying that Zion should completely start over Jamel Dean.
Mine was more in response to those commentators. Yeah. Like, what's if you're always chasing the hot hand, you see this in almost everything in the world, right? You see it in the stock market. You see it, you're constant. Nobody can time that hot hand very well.
Yeah. Damn, I feel a little more pressure to hit my bets today because Paul, aka Florida Dreamhouse, has a family Disney vacation. Which I appreciate you so much, Paul, Florida, aka Dreamhouse. But
that is awesome.
Like, I also don't want to be the reason your family doesn't go to Disney.
It went into the end zone, but what are your thoughts on the rule change this year that
The fair catch.
fair catch inside the 25 immediately comes out to it?
So I hate that because you know how like sometimes there will be a penalty on the touchdown that's enforced on the kickoff?
Yep.
Well, it used to be an advantage. You move the kick up and then you do a little, not like a pooch kick, but you sky it up so where it lands inside the 10 and you pin the guys back. It's an advantage to pin the opponent back as the Bucs go play action on their first drive. Baker throws it to Rachaad White, who makes the catch and heads up the field. Rachaad White's got a ton of room. He's past midfield.
Here he goes.
Bam! That is a chunk play. Rachaad White is a weapon in the passing game.
Yep.
And they threw it on first down, Josh. And they did play action on first down,
And they
Josh.
did play action, and it was not a boot or a half boot. They kept Baker in the pocket. They made sure to block out the edges. Cade Otton ran an edge rusher, Jerry Hughes, up the arc. Cade Otton with a block.
Yeah. Nicola
What
says White is wide receiver 1 right now. That is hilarious. That is great, Nicola. Oh, no, they run it. What the hell are they doing? I don't know why it just sounded like I'm from Texas, because I'm not.
I think they may have gotten 3.5 yards on that, which is a huge first down run for the Bucs.
Yeah. Narav asking, where's Evans and Godwin? It's also only their second drive of the game. Let's they've had what, less than 10 plays. Let's chill out a little bit.
So Evans is not a manufactured touch guy. That's the first thing that we really have to understand. Godwin can be that, but the Bucs passing game overall has been pretty solid to begin the game.
Another run to Rachaad White, but that's okay. It's going to set up a third and short.
Third and 2? Yeah, third and 2.
Ooh, I hope the Bucs get a yard, and then we get to play the what will Todd Bowles do in this situation type of game.
The debut of the tush push?
Yeah. Or maybe Todd will bring on the field goal unit just to run a fake field goal with Jake Camarda.
Take a penalty and then, punt from the Houston. I don't know.
Oh, boy.
35.
Short yardage. Crucial. Is it a crucial moment of the game? It's 7 minutes in the first quarter. A slant to Mike Evans. He's wide open. Evans takes on the tackler, and that's a first down. The hometown hero. What hometown? Choose your imagination. You could be saying Tampa because he is a hometown hero. You could be from Galveston. Ooh, I wonder who Zion McCollum considers Mike Evans to be a hometown hero for. Tampa?
Ooh, that's a good point. Maybe Jamel Dean is just allowing Zion to get on the field for
to play in his hometown.
A little bit of a hometown play.
Oh, Keyshawn Vaughn trips on nothing and goes down for 2 yards.
I think it might have been Mock's foot. I'm going to choose to believe it was the turf. He's like, holy shit, I'm plus 1 yard, not negative 1 yard. We get a replay. I think he just looked at it on the screen and he's like, damn it, the hole was there and everything. So this goes back to like the Bucs running game woes. It's just, I've called it cursed. It's something new every play.
I need a replay of that. Oh, come on. End around. Nope. Regular run play. Vaughn, 2 yards. He is completely eclipsing his average yards per run.
Yeah.
Look at that. Improvement. Ooh, Jamel Dean heading to the locker room. Before Scott Smith did tweet that he is being evaluated for a concussion.
Ooh. Wow.
But the last time that happened to a player in the Bucs secondary early in the game, that was Ryan Neal, and then the Bucs ended up beating the Saints by a lot. So, not saying it's going to happen again, but a little history for you.
Trying to find some silver linings.
And that's a playbook for you. Baker looking. He's going to avoid the sack. He gets up. He goes down again. Late hit. Oh, my God. He was assaulted.
Yeah,
and there's a flag.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Let's see. But was Baker down initially?
I don't think anybody on the Texans actually touched him.
Yeah.
I mean, just like Vaughn,
the turf monster.
Yeah.
The turf has 2 tackles in the game so far. Are they the turf? They're not a grass field, so I guess technically the turf.
Oh, I feel like you missed that. You said the turf has 2 tackles, which I think is more than Devin White.
Yeah, damn it. I had that in my head. Turf might make most impressive.
Let's see. Closed caption.
All right, illegal contact, and that's declined because there was a late hit. Houston still angry at Baker Mayfield for taking a shot at the Astros with his World Series winning Texas Rangers.
Right?
Who were not helped by
say,
Jacob deGrom and Max Scherzer.
Yeah, it's hard for me to root for the Rangers because they beat the Rays so many different times in the playoffs in the early 2010s. And then you also have the Diamondbacks had Evan Longoria.
They did.
Great. You were hoping that he could get that ring.
Shout out Duckies in Tampa. He owns that.
Yes, I think the Texans coaching staff is arguing that somebody did touch Baker and he went to the ground, so then the late hit shouldn't have been counted.
But then, true, but then they could just accept the other penalty, the holding
the
penalty,
illegal contact,
would
depending
still
on
work.
when the illegal contact came in.
Oh, man, the Vikings quarterback just got hurt. Clayton Tune.
Oh, goodness. Does that mean Josh Dobbs is going to come on Baker Mayfield-esque and have to
potentially
play with almost no...
Oh, yeah, yo, he's warming up. That's
wow.
wild. Where's that on the That's Wild meter? Yeah, he tried sprinting to the goal line. I mean, this obviously isn't great news for Bucs fans because they're playing the Falcons. They're playing the Kins. All right. Anyway, back to the Bucs. 1st and 10 inside the 15. Do I hear Mike Evans? Come on. Get Paul, Florida, a.k.a. Dreamhouse, his dream vacation with his family to Disney. Yeah.
That was a good run by Rachaad White.
That was. Maybe he does have something after all. Will Aaron Stinney solidify himself as the starting left guard by the time Matt Filer is healthy?
At this point, for me, it's like six in one hand, half dozen in the other.
Baker looking for Mike. It's a little wide. And now we're all a little sad.
Little piece of information from Scott Smith of the Bucs communications
Heard of him.
department.
We share the same birthday. Shout out.
Oh, there you go. Rachaad White's 33-yard catch and run marks the longest reception of his career.
That's cool. We are all witnesses, like LeBron James. Baker looking to his right. He's going to move up the middle. Throws over the middle. Is caught by Praise be to Godwin. Now, is that a first down? There is a flag on the play. That can negate everything, but we could be in a tush-push situation.
Maybe.
A situation.
You're always so regal.
Thank you. I'm either regal or an absolute scumbag. No in between. It's holding on Luke Gedeke. The penalty parade continues for number 67, Luke Gedeke, who I said I was going to start calling him Luke Gedeke if he's getting penalties. So Luke Gedeke with the penalty.
Yeah, so that was against Will Anderson. Anderson's got some serious bend, and he showed it right there.
Bend and snap. Shout out Legally Blonde.
Love it.
So that's 3rd and 16. Throw to Mike. That's not Mike. That's Chris Godwin. Can he get the first down? He dives. Oh, come on. Let's see the tush push.
He got that. I'm pretty sure he got that. They may not even need the tush push.
Looks like they're calling it short. Tush push. Tush push. Come on. They're in shotgun. What are you in shotgun for? Tush push. Tush push.
They're going up tempo, though, seeing if they can catch.
They got it. Rachaad White, he's close.
Wow, he got the first down. He got a few more.
And more.
Yeah. Now you're in tush push, right?
Tush
Still in a
push.
tush push,
Tush push.
situation. Vita Vea running on.
Throw the fade to Mike Evans. He's the hometown kid. Hometown hero, Mike Evans.
They've got the matchup down there.
Paul's
the safety won't be able to get over it.
Oh, Baker's going to run it. He loses yards. All right. Not
Yeah.
ideal. Blake Cashman gave them a tumbo. Oh, man. Whatever. Whatever. They'll just have to throw it to Mike Evans for a touchdown.
Interesting part of the game to go up tempo.
Yes.
I liked it. I didn't love the quarterback option.
I think Cody
play
Mount
there.
thought that Rachaad White had the ball because Mount went like this, unless he was really acting. Oh, K-Dot, get in the end zone. Touchdown. I didn't start him in fantasy, but touchdown, Tampa Bay.
There you go. K-Dot heard me call him out and say I wanted O'Keefe.
This is a K-Dot revenge game. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. The Bucs have the lead, and there have been 16 points scored in the first quarter. Heavens to Betsy. As Yellow Jacket 81 says, TD, baby. Angelina, TD. Narav, tush push. Nicola, no risk it, no biscuit. Yeah, that's right. Bucs, stay aggressive. And they lead 10-7.
There it is.
First, they were up 9-7. Now they're up 10-7. All right, good stuff. How we feeling, Pewter people? As Bat W says, yeah. Bat W, if Yaya Diaby has a sack, you have to go, yeah. Well, you have to type, yeah, space, yeah, for Yaya Diaby. Touchdown first quarter, yay, says Kenneth McClary. I'm going to tweet out because I feel like it. Bucs stay aggressive by going for it on fourth down, and it eventually pays off with, I say touchdown or tutty? I'm going to say tutty. Nah,
somebody got mad at me saying we need to retire Tutty. I don't like it. I think we should keep Tutty around.
I think they should retire playing country roads in the fourth quarter before we retire
losing.
Tutty. Yeah, when losing.
Actually, how about they score in the 6-point variety? A score of the 6-point variety. Just, go back to the Regal mat, right?
Wait, what?
instead of touchdown or tutty, you can just put and they score.
They have reached the end zone
of the 6-point variety, and just keep that very Regal mat going.
Well, what do they say on ESPN? And they have reservations for 6. I like that one.
I like that one.
Yeah.
I don't think is that a Van Pelt special? It sounds like a Van Pelt special.
It definitely could be.
Nobody did it better, and rest in peace, Stu Scott.
Yeah, R.I.P. Stuart Scott. Cool. It's the other side of the pillow.
Mm-hmm.
He was the best. And Booyah, obviously.
Yep.
Booyah.
Him and Eisen just had this great rapport.
Josh, at some point, you have to listen to the story. You know who Dan Patrick is, right?
Yes, yeah, of course.
Dan Patrick tells the story of him and Stuart Scott playing pickup basketball, but they were guarding each other the whole time. It's an amazing story.
I will definitely look
it's
for
an
it
all-time
this evening.
story. Yeah.
Man, that mid to late 90s Sports Center
Yep.
lineup, there were some amazing personalities on there.
There absolutely was. Yeah, that was some of the best.
Kenny Mayne.
Yeah.
And then who was the guy? He went into politics and became just a complete ass.
Oh, the guy that was with Dan Patrick.
Yeah.
I can pick. Yeah, he's got black hair, glasses. Yeah, he's kind of
Keith
Olbermann.
Olbermann.
Yeah, he's kind of crazy now, but
yes. Oh, they did the pooch. They did the pooch you were looking for.
That's what I'm saying.
Texans didn't call for the fair catch, and now the Bucs defense is in awesome position. They've got
Tom
the
in
Texans,
all caps says, "Wow, great coverage."
not to mention
Things are looking up.
All-Pro, future All-Pro Jake Camarda.
Stan Glassman says, "I love those kickoffs. Why not always do that?"
You run the risk of the bounce going out of bounds before it gets to the end zone, and then the offense is set up on their own 40. So it's a risk-reward proposition.
Brian Molinaro says, "If I don't see a damn fade to Mike in the back of the end zone, I'm going to rip my damn hair out." I hear you. But also scored a touchdown. Levante David. I don't know his middle name, but Levante David.
And mother effing David.
Levante mother effing David. He is going on my most impressive list.
He should. Absolutely. Shot the gap.
And
got past Jack Mason.
I think right now Kate Otten's got to be on the list as well. Scored a touchdown, had a nice block. I'm going to throw Baker, tentatively Baker, still a long way to go, but Baker early on. And Rashad White as well. Stroud going deep down the field, has a wide open Tank Dell who beat Zion on the play.
Oh, boy, did he.
Yeah.
To Brian's point about the fade to Mike, while I was calling for it on, I want to say their first goal line play there, just to give some context, the goal line fade is actually one of the least successful plays in football.
Yes, and I've said that before, but I also said there's an exception to the rule, to every rule.
Which is Mike Evans.
Rule, and Mike Evans is the one exception to the rule.
That's fair. He has been much better than the national average.
Yeah. And I think the fade pass is dumb. It's like you're taking away the rest of your offense just for one play. But again, for Mike Evans, it's different.
I think it's a good tag. Like if you do it as a 3x1 and that's the one, a great example to call out your favorite professional football team in the preseason. Aaron Rodgers threw a beautiful one to Garrett Wilson
against the Giants, the scumbag Giants who tried hitting Aaron on the play before that. By the way, had to go in the regular season. That's right. The Jets won. In a game that set football back 100 years, but the Jets won regardless. Oh, by the way, the Dolphins lost this morning. Oh, by the way, the Bills are going to lose tonight against the Bengals. And oh, by the way, when those two teams lose or have already lost, the Jets are going to win tomorrow, and there's going to be a three-way tie for first place in the AFC.
And by the way, our very own Bailey Adams will be watching that Bills-Bengals game live in Cincinnati.
He's going to be in the jungle.
He is, after watching his stupid college team beat the Cincinnati Bearcats yesterday.
Dumb college team.
Are
they a knight or are they an astronaut? Figure it out.
Thank you very much. It's stupid.
All right, 3rd and 9. Stroud has time. Looking bad throw by Stroud. He had Tank Dell has been very busy today already.
Yeah, there's a coverage bust there between Zion McCollum and D.
Wait, what? There was a bust in the secondary for the Bucs?
Yeah. You can see Todd Bowles wasn't happy about it, but Stroud gifted them that 4th down. Tank Dell was wide open.
Oh, wow. We should people will take this down a dark path, but we should play Guess That Stroud and say a comment. Are we saying CJ Stroud or Rick Stroud?
Ooh. You're dumb, Ace.
All right, Devin Tompkins with the return, trying to take it sideways, breaks a tackle. He was clearly down. I mean, he could not be more down. And now
look at the Texans punter.
What the hell? Just manhandling Servassier Dennis.
He came in knees first.
What the hell was that? Like clearly down. Elbow down, knees down, gets back up, starts running. The turf almost took someone else again.
Yeah.
Bob Hansen from To Catch a Predator ends up knocking the ball out. And then the punter just goes flying knee on Servassier Dennis.
He looks like the world's creepiest. What's the comedian?
Bill Burr?
Bill Burr in the world.
Here, look at the comment right here from Brian Hernandez.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. And I wasn't calling you an idiot earlier or saying that you were dumb. I was trying to do a Rick Stroud comment and make sure that I put the ace in there as the dead giveaway, because
Good
Rick
job,
Stroud.
Chief. Good job, Chief. And I like Rick. I talk to him every week when we're at practice. Rick's a good guy.
Yeah, he's
Just trying to
very kind.
play name that Stroud.
Name that Stroud.
I guess I haven't really heard CJ Stroud say too much.
Yeah, this is the weirdest partnership I've ever seen in football. Barefoot wine.
Oh, what?
So I don't know about you, but my commercial is currently showing Barefoot Wine.
Oh, yeah.
The official wine sponsor of the NFL.
Yo, they need to be sponsoring Antoine Winfield Jr. because at practice, like during the warm-ups, calisthenics, when they're stretching, he goes barefoot.
Yep.
So he needs to. Yeah, that should be a thing.
Are we seeing a new Good Burger?
Yes, Good Burger 2 is coming out. You didn't know this?
I did not know this.
Yeah, Good Burger 2 is coming out. I guess November 22nd.
Let's go.
I'm just happy Keenan and Kel are back together.
Absolutely.
I'm a dude. He's a dude.
He's a dude.
She's
You're
a dude. We're all
dudes now. Kenan Thompson, the longest running SNL cast member
I know.
ever.
Shocking that I thought he was going to be done like 2 or 3 years ago. But
I think that he had like a soft exit because he had a show that I only think lasted half a season.
I see.
So, I want to say Lorne Michaels was producing it, but
yeah, I don't watch SNL a ton, but I actually watched it, or I recorded and watched it a couple days later, like 2 weeks ago when Bad Bunny was hosting.
There you go.
Bad Bunny fan.
He's Kenan Thompson. I think he's such a great straight man for so many of their sketches. He allows the ridiculous comedians to shine.
Yeah, for sure.
A playoff.
Oh, Josh Dobbs just got sacked for a safety.
Ooh.
By Calais Campbell.
Josh Dobbs is literally throwing to guys he doesn't know the names of.
Yeah, ironic. He's doing it for the Vikings. It's like when Josh Freeman played for the Vikings in that Monday night game against the Giants.
And it's the second time he's done it this season because he got traded to the Cardinals like right after like cut day, like right around cut day. And he started week 1, like legitimately, like, and he's a rocket scientist, right?
And then won in week 3.
Yeah, and then that happened to him last year with Tennessee down the stretch run when they were trying to make a playoff run.
Bigger goal play action, throwing deep down the field, looking for Mike Evans, who makes the catch. The hometown kid, Mike.
What a grab!
Elbow was down. The people's elbow was down. Oh, and there's a flag, and it looked like Mike bent down. Is he okay? What is going on? Don't you dare call this back.
I think it's OPI. Let's see.
Oh, they always get Mike. See, Mike's gonna be like, "What happened, dude? Like you, even if you
pushed off on Steven Nelson's back,
you can't show the push.
Yeah,
he's blatantly going like this. They're gonna call it.
What a Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're going to get you every time on that. And it negates such an amazing grab. Back shoulder, one-handed.
Now he's a little banged up. 2nd and 18, too. So it just killed the Bucs in 1,000 different ways.
2nd and 18 run. God, why?
A wasted.
You're giving up. You're basically saying my offense isn't good enough to get 9 yards on one down and then 9 yards on the next.
What is this game being played in France? They're just surrendering.
Oh my gosh, that's perfect. That's a perfect way to sum it up. Dave Canales, Napoleon.
Coming to a theater near you. Oh my God, is someone here good at graphics? Because the Napoleon movie's coming out with Joaquin Phoenix.
Just put Dave Todd Bowles or Dave Canales' face on him. Oh gosh. What? No, that's the end of the first quarter.
Yeah.
Bucs are up 10-7 in a largely positive quarter.
Yes. Overall, have to skew positive.
Ending on 2 extremely sour notes.
All right, let me update this graphic to say second quarter. Then, because I think I am hilarious, I'm going to tweet out that France comment I just made. I know NFL has expanded international games to Germany, but is this Bucs Texans game being played in France?
Because the Bucs just surrendered second down.
In France? Because the Bucs just surrendered. Who the hell is calling me right now? Another number. Who's it? Everyone knows it's game day. Everyone that needs to know knows that I'm working right now.
I don't know. I tweeted asking you about it.
Yeah, and I responded.
Did you? I
Yeah.
got a response.
I commented. I said it is ... and then I had a GIF.
I never got that.
Really? I'm pretty sure it's sent because I think someone else liked it.
Well, then I owe you an apology.
You're fine.
No, this is terrible. I'm calling you out on our own live stream.
But I did respond. You know, sometimes like you might send something and then it didn't actually go through. But I'm like 99% sure that it's sent.
Interesting. A lot.
Yes.
I'm looking
Yeah.
I'm looking at my own timeline, and I'm not even seeing that I posted it at whatever time this morning.
Well, here's the proof of it, because there's you.
Yes, that's the one I thought I had sent.
And then there's me.
Interesting. It's like it's nowhere for me.
Damn.
Not even my original. Very curious.
All right, 3rd and 17 for the Bucs. Baker loading up. He's going to dump it off to Cade Otton. And the Bucs will punt.
Playing the field position game there. Wow. You know, that looked like about a 9-yard gain. And if it was 3rd and 9, you know what it might have been?
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
It was a 10-yard gain. Maybe if we don't give away second down.
Fake punt, fake punt, fake punt.
And that's the frustrating thing. Like, I've been accused online of saying, like, I'm a Dave Canales defender, and I defended the scheme. Guys get open.
Yes.
But his play sequencing or tunneling leaves so much to be desired. What a punt.
Yes.
What a punt.
By the way, Joe
10-yard line.
Joe Miliziano said, if only they did that on 2nd and 18. Yeah, I would.
Right? I'm saying.
Who would have thought? I have a prediction that John Ledger's going to like my last tweet. John is like the guy that stands on top of the mountain saying, like, they should do this, and they should do that.
I don't know if he's watching the game live. I haven't seen any tweets from him.
Yeah. He's too busy celebrating a 10-2 victory for the Pittsburgh Penguins last night.
Oh, maybe. He's not really a hockey guy.
Yeah. He'll tweet about them in the playoffs.
Yeah. I was texting with him not too long ago because did you see what George Pickens did following the Thursday night football game?
Yeah, I have George Pickens on my fantasy team, and I started him over Tyler Lockett this week.
Yeah, didn't go so well, right?
No, did not.
So for those of you who may not have known, George Pickens almost had a touchdown, but he couldn't get his second foot in. And so his final line for the game was 1 catch for -3 yards. Is that about right? Knowing that you probably studied that fantasy.
Don't want to sell him short. He was 2 for -1.
Two catches for -1 yards.
Yeah.
Then the following day, he sent out an Instagram post that said "free me," then proceeded to delete it and then unfollow Kenny Pickens and the Steelers and anything related to his day job.
Yeah.
And I sent John a text. I was like, I'm starting to believe that the Steelers give every wide receiver at the combine like a diva test. And if they don't score 11 out of 10, they refuse to draft them. Because if you look at the history of Steelers receivers,
AB.
Plaxico,
If you want to go that far.
God, there were a couple in the mid 2000s. All their names are escaping me, but it's a long and documented history.
Yeah.
Mike Wallace, that was the guy.
Yeah.
Juju was, normal by
He was
comparison.
more like self-promotion. I guess all wide receiver divas, there is kind of self-promotion. But Chase Claypool, friggin' 20 seconds left in the game, he gets a first down, and he's doing the first down pose when everyone else is going like no huddle and hurry up.
But it's absolutely amazing. So that's my firm belief. They have some diva test, and if you score anything less than 11 out of 10, they will not draft you as a wide receiver.
All right. Early in the second quarter, 14 minutes to go, but Bucs, thanks to Jake Camarda, pinned the Texans back deep. So let's see if Tampa Bay can do anything with it.
Both edge rushers over left tackle.
Great run stop by, it's 5-3 in Falcons-Vikings, by Shaq Barrett.
Yeah, so the Bucs came out with an interesting look there. That looks like they were blitzing Chris Isian off the defense's left side, the offense's right side. And they had Shaq Barrett and Joe Tryon-Shoyinka both lined up on the right side of the defense over Laramie Tunsil. Cool little look.
Yeah. Wow, Bears scored another touchdown. They're up 14-7. Stroud throws to the right for a screenplay, but again, quickly stopped by Christian Isian and Devin White. Get live 45.
Joe Tryon-Shoyinka was in there too. I'm going to go ahead and promote him.
There you go.
Everyone else is hating on him.
Players that get hate or criticism, we should say. I don't hate anyone on the Bucs, but we criticize them. We're also going to praise Devin White for that hustle. We're going to praise JTS for getting in the mix.
Levante was in there too.
He can do no wrong. He's from Queens, New York. He cannot do any wrong.
There you go.
Except for be a Yankees fan. Or the Stinkies. The Stinkies, as I like to call them. 3rd and 13. Bucs get a great 3 and out, allowing little to no ground. So don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Oh, man. Bucs France replied to my tweet. I didn't even know there was a Bucs France.
Please tell me what it was.
It's a GIF. It's Stone Cold laughing and then getting serious with it.
That's amazing. So, one thing I will point out, something that we called for a ton over the last week or so. The Bucs corners have been playing much closer to the line of scrimmage. Not every snap, and it doesn't have to be every snap, but absolutely most snaps.
Oh, man, Lamar Jackson is fast. I bet the Seahawks plus 6.5.
Devin Tompkins, a bit of a return, but it looks like there's a flag probably going to be against the Bucs. Interesting where they'll get the ball lined up.
Okay.
Who was it against? I didn't get a chance to look.
I was texting. Yeah, shout out Bucs France. Big fan now.
Unsportsmanlike conduct against the Texans. Ooh.
Wow, that's a crazy play. I got red zone on the other TV. That was crazy in the Browns game. I think Deshaun Watson hit off the head of someone, and it just popped into the air, and Mari Cooper caught it.
All right. I'm going to check my fantasy team real quick. I had nobody in the Thursday night game.
All right. Jamel Dean is out with a concussion, sadly.
So Zion will play the rest of the game. So I have Jordan Love. That's going wonderfully for me. Rashad White.
Yeah, I have him too. He stinks. I just have no one else to play.
Same. I just picked up Will Levis. So
yeah, I'm thinking about doing that too.
Kyle Pitts has had a decent first half for me. I do have Levante. So
yeah, you do the IDPs.
I do IDP, yeah. And Javon Holland had a decent game for the Dolphins. My opponent has Taylor Heineke as his starting quarterback, and I feel like if I lose to a Taylor Heineke-led fantasy team, I deserve to be kicked out of the league.
Mm.
So would you say this is about as good as the Bucs could have hoped for up to this point in the game? And that I'll extend that to the chat.
Overall, I'm happy with what Tampa Bay has done.
I feel like a 3-point spread is exactly what Todd Bowles wants. Like if you ask him, you have to win. Yeah, you want if you could win in a blowout, 20 points ahead of your opponent, it's done by half, or win with a last-second field goal. I feel like Bowles would take option B. Any surprising scores in the NFL so far? I'm trying to pull it up. I know Atlanta's up 8-3 now over the Vikings.
Yeah. Bears up 7 over the Saints. I know Bucs fans will like hearing that.
Yeah.
Ravens are up 7-0 on the Seahawks. Baker throwing. He's got Mike Evans open. Evans makes the catch. Knocked out of bounds, but that is a first down, and that's some more receptions for Mike Evans.
You know what that was? And this is hit, I think, every single time they've done it today, a first down play action pass.
Yes.
I want to say every single first down play action pass has netted them another first down.
You might be onto something. All right, 2 for 25 from Mike. We need to bump those numbers up.
If only somebody had said before the game that the Bucs should do play action more and throw on first down more.
Yeah.
That person would look very good right now.
Yes, they would.
This could be a big blow for the Texans. Jimmy Ward is down, being evaluated.
Former 49er, great.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, I believe D'Amico Ryans brought him over as he started to establish the 49er way. Looks like a hamstring. He pulled up lame on it.
Now could be the time for a Trey Palmer touchdown. Well, they're a little too far down the field, but next quarter, next drive.
You know what it was? Jimmy Ward got too close to Mike Evans, so the hamstring immediately got strained.
Yeah, he somehow
hamstring by proxy.
Here's on a Rashad White with a great cut up the middle, and that's 2 plays and 2 first downs. What? Yeah. 2 straight first downs on 2 straight plays. Very few and far between. But by golly, that's what Tampa Bay just did.
Execution has been great all game long, I would say, by most of the Bucs offense, and the offensive line did a great job of giving him that cutback lane there. White did a great job of finding that cutback lane too.
Oh, Falcons are about to score again. I like this, Nicola. Gas, no brakes. Gas, no brakes.
There you go. Oh, another Texan hurt. Looks like somebody in the secondary again.
Well, Lost Glacier says, starting safety goes out, but let's run up the middle and not take a chance against the backup suddenly thrown into the game. I mean, they just ran the ball. Oh, MJ Stewart, yeah, former Buck.
Ooh.
I mean, they just ran for 12 yards. That's
pretty sure. Isn't MJ Stewart the guy who came in for Jimmy Ward? He can't be a starter for them.
That's mean. Yeah, I don't know.
Let's see what our lad says.
Mike. A run to Rashad White. For about 4 yards. Can we get some mics in the chat? Maybe we'll throw it to Mike Evans if we get some mics in the chat.
Mike.
You know, right? Like M1K3. Mike.
So MJ Stewart.
Mike. Sorry, go ahead. I'm just chatting.
Mike. That's okay. I was saying that MJ Stewart was the replacement for Jimmy Ward. So in 2 plays, they lost both their starting safety and his backup.
Shaggy says, give it to Mikey. Mikey likes. Hey, Mikey, he likes it. I know what you're talking about. Nicole says, Big Mike fade is unstoppable.
So
Boyd
this
and
is
seven.
the frustrated Canales with some of his red zone play calling. So you're sitting there with a 3rd and 7 now because you ran twice. You had the one good run from Rashad White, and you pressed the envelope, and it shattered.
Baker looking to his left, all the way to his left. Dumps it off to Rashad White, who breaks the tackle, heads up the field, and he's either down.
Nice little move. That's a touchdown.
That's a TD.
I think that might have been a touchdown.
Challenge. Either way,
Tristan Wirfs is saying it is.
I trust Tristan Wirfs.
What's interesting is because they didn't call it a touchdown, it won't be automatically reviewed. If they had called it one, it would have been an automatic.
But they should throw it to Mike Evans. It's a run up the middle to Rashad White, and he walks into the end zone.
Easily.
That's a touchdown for Rashad White. Doing some dance. Baker's dancing too. Everyone's happy because the Bucs are up 2 scores. It's 16-7 Tampa Bay. Oh my
God! Hope people took the over.
I did not. I took the under. Well, if the Texans don't score,
yeah,
it'll be tough. That is great. So happy for everybody involved.
Do you happen, because you are the gambling savant, do you happen to know what the over-under is on the Browns-Cardinals game?
I can check. Let's see.
I took the under blind on a double or nothing bet where a guy owed me some money. I, of course, did this outside of this country and in international waters where it was legal.
Yes. It looks like it is. I'm seeing live odds. Seeing 38.5.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a live update or if that what it was from the.
Even if that's live, Browns are up 10-0.
Yeah.
And a little less than 4 minutes left in the second quarter, so I'm feeling good. Because if that's live, that's probably come down.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I want to say it was a rat.
Can I just say I love this Walmart commercial where they go back?
Yeah, everyone's
Mean
big
Girls.
fan of it.
I love that movie. Whatever for judgment from people, I thought that was a great movie. All right, so Bucs up 17-10. No, 17-7.
Yeah, crazy, right?
If the defense can get a stop, they may disappoint Todd Bowles and have this game kind of in hand by the half. We will see how he really feels about that if you all of a sudden see the corner is 10 back to 10 yards off. Guys, let's let him score. Let's make sure it's a close game.
Yeah, right? That's what the script writers want.
Yeah. Which, some great content with Keegan-Michael Key at the beginning of the year with those scripts things.
Robert Behan says, is it too early for Canals to start milking the clock?
You're going to speak it into it or type it into existence.
Should the Bucs take a knee on their next drive?
Somebody, a Bucs fan on Twitter, he called for like a Rashad White 200 all-purpose yards game today. And I think I just saw he's got 73 here in the first half. So still 9 minutes left in the quarter.
Yeah.
So have to assume
Bucs get another 3 and out. That'll be a touchback. Texans learned their lesson.
You don't mess with Camarda.
You do not.
Although if there's anybody who might, it's that Houston Texans punter after he went knees first into Servassier Dennis.
Oh, we got to send out $10 super chat from Vice. Thank you very much, Vice. Feel free to, you usually follow it up with a comment. But yeah, your next comment, odd play by the Texans, but goes for a couple of yards.
Vita Vea getting some pressure right up the middle, right into CJ Stroud's face.
Yep.
Prevented him from stepping up into the pocket.
But thank you,
Vita's a pocket pusher.
Vita the Beta. And a $4.99 super chat from the Reverend Mark Fisher, Rev Fish. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says, love the touchdown, but we always go shotgun on short yardage because we cannot run it. Don't understand the advantage normally. Yeah, I kind of hate when teams on like 4th and 1 go shotgun. It's like, just run it. Like, just go under center.
The theory behind it is it should lighten the box and
Yeah.
potentially give you that opportunity for like an inside zone shotgun run where the running back would have a better opportunity of seeing where the the open gap is. Not saying I agree with it, but just trying to give you some context.
For sure. All right. Tank Dell, again, heavily involved in today's game. Come on, Seattle. I got to stop. The Ravens have been such an anomaly for me because I picked the Ravens in my Survivor League the week they lost to the Colts.
Ooh.
And then I bet on the Lions. Oh, pick! Oh, so close to being picked. Antoine Whitfield Jr. off the hands.
Yeah, so a lot of things happened on that play. Chris Izzian late got up to the line to try and press the slot receiver who, trying to see who that was. Was that Nico Collins? Yeah, which is not something I'd want Chris Izzian doing to Nico Collins.
Yeah.
There's like a 6-inch height advantage there, not to mention 30, 40 pounds. Collins got such an easy release and was wide open. Stroud's pass ends up bouncing up, and Winfield had a shot, and all sorts of stuff happened there. Stroud has not looked sharp today.
No, he hasn't. The throw, that one too. Overthrew Tank Dell. No pass rush by the Bucs.
3rd and 10. 3rd and Delaney. Sounds kind of like an address in New York. You're just going to go up to 3rd and Delaney.
Yeah. See you on 3rd and Delaney. Right next to the Tri-Borough.
There you go. What is it, the Flatiron Building?
Flatiron District, yeah. In the Meatpacking District.
Been up there a time or two.
Yeah. All right, 3rd and 10. Pass completed to Dalton Schultz. That's kind of been the one thing that's worked for Hewtown, as Fritzy from the Dan Patrick Show would say. From Houston, from H-Town, which they're actually called.
Mm-hmm. Somebody once told me that Houston and Tampa are sister cities, and I never really understood it.
In what way? They're the second most
Like
known,
they're
the second
very-
most known city in the state that they reside in.
Maybe. I really never got it, like that they're very similar. They're really not. I've spent some time out in Houston.
Maybe the strip clubs? I don't know. I've never been to Houston. I guess we'd have to ask James Harden.
No, there you go. I feel like James
Not that
Harden
easy.
can tell you about just about every basketball city in
Yeah.
the country because he's
Exactly.
played in almost every one of them and forced his way out of all of them.
Yeah.
And
Right.
I know very little about basketball, but I know James Harden wears out his welcome very quickly wherever he goes.
Yeah, that's you'd be spot on with that. Texans moving the ball a little bit here. They have had no run game, thanks to a nice job by Tampa Bay.
Hey, look who made another tackle. Levante David.
Yeah,
He's been a little involved.
LVD. What it be?
So I've got most disappointing so far, and I'm
Not too
struggling.
disappointed, huh?
What's that?
And I said not too disappointed, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like who I would necessarily. I don't really have anybody. I'm not going to hit Dean for like one play and then concussion.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes, like in games where the Bucs have won very significantly, I'll type something like, "Yeah, there wasn't going to be much to be disappointed about." So
I'll use that.
We're kind of like nitpicking.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the Minnesota Vikings.
What?
Well, the Vikings are playing the Falcons. They're losing.
Yeah.
Right.
The
Falcons are ahead of the Bucs in the NFC South standings.
Yeah, go for it.
So
go for it.
By the transitive property, the Vikings are the most disappointing for the Bucs today.
They are. Come on, Seahawks, do something. Oh boy, it's gonna get picked. Oh, nice. DK. Go, DK. Go. Take it to the crib. All right.
What?
And Devin White getting in the mix. That ball's thrown away. The Bucs get a third down stop.
That was an amazing coverage rep because the Titans blocked that up really well to begin with. CJ Stroud looks like he is limping hard.
I'm going to put Bucs third down defense on my most impressive list, considering how bad
everything on the Bucs. Like, was it?
Yaya in pursuit. Greg Gaines getting on his horse. Devin White.
Right. I mean, it was all like a back end pressure though, because initially the Texans had a great pass protection. It's just they can't hold up forever, and the Bucs pass rush finally starts to get home, and nobody. Judging by the way Stroud couldn't find anybody, you would say nobody got open. So great job by the Bucs secondary there.
Field goal by the Texans is good. That'll make it 17-10. But there's 5 minutes to go. And let's remember, the Bucs do get the ball at halftime. So a nice, 5-minute drive here.
Yep. I have a bit of what could be a funny, I don't want to say funny, ironic take, which is if I would have told you, if Stroud for some reason has to come out of this game, if I would have told you at the beginning of the season that there were 3 quarterbacks taken in the first 5 picks of the NFL draft, and Bryce Young is the only one who isn't injured in week 9.
Yeah, that's
would you have believed me?
No, he would have been the first one.
Right. But Anthony Richardson's out for the season, which I kind of forgot about earlier this week because I was like, the Bucs looks like they'll face Will Levis next week unless the Titans decide to go back to Ryan Tannehill, which I would very much disagree with.
Yeah, there's no reason to.
Yeah, I mean, after that loss to Pittsburgh, you're very slim chances of making the playoffs, especially with that roster. You just stick with Levis and see what you have for next year. So it's almost like the Bucs have taken out Richardson and subbed in Levis, and they're still going to face most likely 3 of the top 4 quarterbacks picked in the draft. And then Gardner Minshew and his mustache game.
I'm with that. Shaggy says, Ryan over the hill, LOL.
You know, it would have been very interesting to watch, and maybe Bucs fans would not. I thought it would have been interesting to see Tannehill get traded to the Falcons to reunite with Arthur Smith. I think that would have made that Falcons offense much more dangerous than it currently is with Desmond Ridder and Taylor Heineke.
Yeah, another one of those coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yep. Saints have come back to tie the Bears 14-14.
Yeah, I think that game's going to be back and forth all day.
Yeah. It would seem CJ Stroud is well enough to go back.
Yeah, I think he'll play, but not play well enough.
Did you have an over on rushing yards for him?
6.5. I don't think I'll get that.
Yeah, that may be a little bit more difficult now.
Well, my thought was that the Bucs were going to blitz the crap out of him, and he was going to have to avoid some of those plays and scramble up the field. So They have blitzed the crap out of him, and they've gotten to him. He just hasn't been able to run up the field.
Yep, sound thought process. All right, so this is going to be very interesting because last week the Bucs coaching brain trust mismanaged a late game drive.
Yes, they did.
See if they decide to press the accelerator down, go for the jugular.
Play action. Play action. Nope. A run play for nothing. Foyt's down. .4:45 to go in the second. Be a 2nd and 7 for the Bucs. They're letting that play clock tick down. Another run. Vaughn breaks off a tackle and gets a couple of more. Holy moly. That was something. Angelina S. says, Canals needs to be wise. Attack that secondary. I'm with you. Injuries.
Yeah, I don't know if we've gotten any updates on MJ Stewart or Jimmy Ward.
Mm-hmm. Baker looking to his right. Going to dump it on. Oh, God. Like, was everyone covered that freaking quickly that you had to dump it off to Keyshawn Vaughn right away?
This would be some of my concerns with Baker and his limitations in terms of his ceiling.
Yeah.
Now, that there is a chance that maybe Keyshawn was number one in the read because, and I think I even wrote about this, looking at the Texans coming into this game, the flats were an area where they were vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
So that may have been a design, and the Texans self-scouted and figured out we've got to cover the flats a little bit better and went after it. I would say in that situation, like, I'm not in love with attacking the flats on 3rd down. Like, that would be more of an early play call for me, or early down play call. Jake Camarda, another good punt.
The weapon, Jake Camarda himself. Oh, my God, the Vikings are going to do a halfback pass, but no one's open. And so it's just a tackle for a loss. Yeah, rough drive for the Bucs. 3 and out. They give the ball right back. But that's what football is. It's a game of ups and downs. Peaks and valleys, if you will.
And I will.
And I will. I will. I don't even know that song. I just know that line. Ooh. Alan Mnemonic saying, I hope the Bucs lose. I want Bowles and Baker gone. So you're like that guy in the Major League movie. Stroud over the middle to Dalton Schultz, tackled by Ryan Neal. Hey, Ryan. Hey, Rye.
I could put Ryan Neal on my most disappointing, even though he hasn't been, and people would just believe it.
What was that?
I said I could put Ryan Neal on my most disappointing, even though he hasn't been, and people would just believe it. They'd just be like, "Yeah, that tracks."
I feel like every catch the Texans have made today, the receiver has been wide open.
But the Bucs have limited the yards after catch, which is kind of a bowl staple.
Kalijah
Kalijah.
Oh, but there's a flag. It better be holding on the Texans offense. Why is there a flag?
The Rook.
The rookie with his 2nd career sack, I believe.
I think he may have 2. I could be wrong.
Illegal shift.
This is easily lookable. Elijah can't see. Has 1 sack on the season. You are correct. That would be number 2.
And that gets us to the 2-minute warning. It'll be a 3rd and 14 with the Texans backed up in their own end zone.
Oh, that's a 2-minute warning.
Yeah. So realistically, the Bucs can get the ball with solid field position, go 2-minute drill, try to get at least a field goal, but root for a touchdown, settle for a field goal, and they get the ball back in the 3rd quarter. Now, wouldn't that be something?
Or, just to play devil's advocate here,
okay,
they could get the ball back, decide to run because they're worried that the Texans may kick a field goal with 17 seconds left and play themselves out of points.
Yeah,
I'm not salty about last week at all.
Yeah, let's game plan to see how the Bucs will screw this up, shall we?
We're such optimists, you and I.
Yeah. Hey, we're just beaten and battered by teams that we care for that play terribly. You don't like that touchdown by the Vikings. That's not good. But no, good for Bucs fans. Yeah.
You're like, oh yeah, I'm live with a bunch of people who really want the Vikings to win.
Everyone knows the division's going to be decided in week 16 and 17. All right, I'm not telling you anything you don't know.
Not 18.
All right, maybe 18. Bucs do play the Panthers.
That is true. I should be at that game.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about potentially going too. I got a buddy that lives over there.
By all means, I covered that.
It kind of depends too on the situation. Like if the Bucs are mathematically eliminated, I don't really see a reason to go besides visiting my buddy. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe the Bucs just win out, and it's like, oh hey, they're on a whatever game winning streak. Got to see it. Jesse Presto says,
"Oh, that's right. I remember that."
Yeah, Bowles was afraid to throw at the end of the half because Brady might throw an interception.
I remember that from last year. And then last week, he was afraid to try and press the envelope because he was afraid Buffalo would kick a field goal with what would have been about 11 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, freaking Cleveland game. Bucs do have to get the stop here first, though. They run a screen. Oh, God, there's blockers in front, and your worst nightmare came true. They get the first down on a screenplay.
That was really well blocked.
Was that 3rd and 14?
That was 3rd and 14. Looked like maybe Devin had a shot at it. Just couldn't get his hands on. Stroud back to pass. Bucs pass rush got to him, and he throws kind of a duck, but there's a flag on the play. We'll see what that may be.
That was pathetic, as Tom says, shaking my head. And now there's a holding penalty on the Bucs. The Bucs unraveling quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Stan Glassman says that there's a Bucs player injured. I don't see anyone down. Nope.
There was. That'd be somebody on the defensive line then.
Man, 3rd and 14.
Yep.
Stroud time. Wide open. And Going to head up the field. Minute 15 to go. Man, this is pathetic.
So Zion McCollum subbing in for an injured Jamel Dean has not played as sharp as he did earlier in the season. He got beat earlier on a deep vertical route that just CJ Stroud couldn't. Whoa!
Get live. Get live, 45. Devin White with a nice play blitzing.
Great scheme. I mean, he came in untouched.
There's a Devin White
Yeah.
that we've wanted and expected.
So Greg Gaines was able.
What are you doing, Geno Smith? You're a freaking moron.
Greg Gaines occupying the left guard, Titus Howard, allowed White to come in completely unblocked from the B gap and get home on CJ Stroud.
Long Lost Glazer says, first sack for Devin since last November. Eey. Stan Glassman, keeping it positive, says, Devin White is moving better, faster.
So he hasn't been listed on the injury report, but do you think Devin's been playing through some physical ailments?
I do. He just looks slower.
Yeah. Interesting that they're not listing him.
Yeah, it is a bit odd, but they've done that before with other players. Oh, the pocket is collapsing. Levante David and Devin White making another play.
There you go.
All right, most impressive is going to have a long list today.
Are you popping Devin in there because of the sack?
Here's what I have right now. Levante, Cade Otton. I have Baker for now. Rashad White, obviously.
Yep.
Bucs third down, run stopping defense.
Okay.
Devin White's tentative right now. I mean, he had a sack. He's made some plays. Might have to throw Vita and Kalijah Cansey on that as well.
Bucs offensive line.
Bucs O-line. Oh, Shaq went offsides. Like, clearly went offsides.
Are you sure? I don't see a penalty flag. I think he timed that up.
Well, you see that little thing right there.
Maybe.
It came a second later. Come on, Seattle. Oh, you're killing me. 15. They're going to be able to spike it. With all day. Gosh darn it. That's all right. I'll get him in the second half. Sad that Bowles won't take a timeout because our third down shenanigans.
Well, no, I mean, Bowles did take a timeout. I want to say they took a timeout before the 3rd and 14.
Yeah.
And with 7 seconds left, I mean,
right.
Yeah. I would say, nothing egregious. And I'm one who really likes to point out the egregious. The egregious was not stopping them on 3rd and 14.
Yes.
Which I'll have to go back and relook at it, but I think that was on Devin White.
All right, 3rd and 15. Oh, my God. The Bucs are just the worst. I mean, it's the last play, but I guess they're probably playing prevent. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is halftime. The Bucs lead 17-10. Josh Capo, thank you so much for joining me this first half. Any parting words before we take a break?
Based on the play, it shouldn't be as close as it is.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. All right, Josh, thank you so much for joining. Always appreciate your insight. Stay tuned to all Josh's work on PewterReport.com. And we'll take a little break. I'll be back for the second half once that gets going. Bye-bye. All right, we are back for the second half. Bucs starting out with the football. Baker Mayfield dumps off a pass to Rachaad White for a couple of yards. I'm Matt Matera from PewterReport.com. Thanks to all the Pewter people that are watching with me as we begin the third quarter. And there's a penalty on the play and an injured Browns player. Make sure to get to everyone's comments during the game. Obviously, super chats. You get to cut the line. Let me charge my laptop real quick. Don't want to lose any of y'all. My laptop losing power, but we are good to go. Let's see what we got. Angelina looking for a helmet-to-helmet penalty. Yep, that's what it was. Bucs go play action again. Baker throwing, looking for Chris Godwin. It's just over his hands. Like very, very, very subtly. Jordan Schneiderman says, Matt, you missed Dare Ogunbowale's kickoff. Damn. Sorry, Dare. Former Buccaneer, great former Buccaneer captain for special teams. Oh, he kicked it off. Oh, damn. Well, shout out Dare. That's cool. That's very cool. All right, Bucs run a little counter with Rachaad. He's sprung open into the midfield, breaks some tackles. And that's about a 12-yard run for Rachaad White. That running game, it's getting going. It's getting going. All right, I guess Fairbairn's injured. That sucks, but you know, good for the Bucs. All right, Bucs have to win this game. Everyone's injured. Let's get Mike Evans involved. He's not even on the field on this play. No one is. I mean, they got Tompkins, Palmer, and Rakim Jarrett. Bayfield's got all the time, throws it. Oh, it's knocked away last second. Damn. I mean, I don't hate him passing it there. It just sucks because Baker had plenty of room to run as well. That's all right. It's only first down. Damn. Just missed Trey Palmer. We'll make it 2nd and 10. Don't run it here. Do another play action. Play action deep to Mike. Play action. Flea flicker. That works too. Baker looking. Throws down to the right, down the field for Otten. It's not even close. We saw creativity. It goes freaking nowhere. Al Bundy says, get Godwin involved more. Yeah, Chris Godwin's been very quiet today. I like the Bucs getting creative, though. Little flea flicker action. 3rd and 10, however. Baker has time. He's going to throw it short to Otten. Heads up the field. That'll make it 4th and short. Otten having an okay game. I would say go for it. You have a 7. You do make it a 2-possession game. And they're going to kick 49 yards. Wow. It's like not as close as I thought. Chase McLaughlin on for a 49-yard attempt. Kick is up, and it is good. So the Bucs do get points on their first drive out of the half, and they reach the 20 mark for the first time since week 4. I'm going to tweet that out too. Oh, Nope, I got it right. Okay, how's morale, Bucs fans? Narav says, 20 points scored. Color me impressed. Wade Butler asking for my thoughts. My thoughts, I mean, the defense is going to lead the way once again for the Bucs. I would actually prefer their defense. I don't love their coverage overall. I mean, it seems like guys have been wide open. Offense run game has been great. This is the best the run game really has been in quite a while. So shout out Rashad White. Shout out that offensive line. I like that the Bucs are moving the football. I'm pleasantly surprised with how the Bucs are playing. Now they have to keep it up, and that's been some of their problems, is being way too inconsistent. So, yeah, a lot of concern for Kate Otten. As Stan Glassman says, I hope Otten is all right. He looked woozy after that headshot. Just Me says 3 incompletions and they want to bench Baker. I like what Desert Dog 2K said. I need Canals to throw more on 2nd and long. Oh, wow. What a play in the Washington-New England game for any of those watching. Jahan Dotson. Big time play. Jerry Cheetah Kent says, 2010, we don't suck. We're playing football. Good comment from Raging Brisket as the Texans return this. Ooh, they can't get a hold of Mechie. They do. Takes it to 25. Raging Brisket says, show flea flicker, then throw to your slow tight end deep down the sideline. What are we doing? That was funny. Wade Butler says, Pewter Report are the best, the GOATs, with the GOAT emoji. Thank you very much, Wade. It's very kind of you. Appreciate those comments. All right, 1st and 10 for the Texans on their opening drive of the second half, 3rd quarter. Stroud in shotgun, fakes the handoff, has time, throws over the middle, wide open. And that's going to go for a touchdown? Nope, Carlton Davis can't save it. Texans instantly right back into the game. A huge 75-yard touchdown. Noah Brown. And the Texans are right back in it. Soft-ass zone. Wide open. One missed tackle. Ryan Neal can't catch up to him. Yikes. And saying 2017. Carlton Davis can't make the tackle. Actually, yeah, I should take off the points because we don't know what. Are they going to kick this? Are they going to go for 2? Yeah, they're going to go for 2 because they don't have a kicker. They run play action. Stroud gets picked. It's picked by Joe Tryon-Jacob. They could get 2 points here. They don't, but a nice interception for JTS. Oh, boy. Throw a flag after the play. even when the Bucs do something good, they still get penalized. People saying there's Ryan Neal. Ryan Neal's not a starter. Face mask on the stiff arm. All right, so they call unsportsmanlike on JTS, but happened after the play, so who really cares? He just chucked the ball at the Texan Slayer. Yeah, I don't... Because even if he wasn't trying to throw it at the player, like, who would just throw the ball in the middle of the field like that? You see it if you score a touchdown, they might chuck it. Whew. Bucs don't typically make it easy, do they? Desert Dog 2K says LMAO, JTS lasered it at the 47. At 47. Just Me says 15 yards and Texans don't have a kicker is brutal. Their kicker might make it to the end zone now. Well, the Falcons might lose against Josh Dobbs and a quarterback that's been there for 2 days. John Mickey says, to God, SR has pointed out all of these weaknesses to Todd directly, and Todd just goes, oh, well, shucks, soft zone. Oh, gee, what's that? Rux's review says, so the Houston D-line is depleted. I can't believe I'm saying this, but run the ball. Hey, running the ball has been working today. So do what you need to do. It's the longest touchdown pass of CJ Stroud's career, so congrats to him. You remember, Dare is kicking this off. And he boots it through the end zone. What do the Bucs start off with here? Run play that doesn't work? Get out of here. Ooh, let's see something with Mike. Second and 9, 11:45 to go. Well, I feel like they're going to run it again. Nope, Baker. That's the second time they've tried the option with Baker, and it just has not worked. There's nothing. All right, 3rd and 9. See, Baker steps up, throwing down over the middle of the field. Oh, Trey Palmer could not catch it, but they're going to call a pass interference. So, Bucs get bailed out. And that was way down the field. That's over the 40. So the Bucs are going to be in field goal range, which is quite cool. All right, Mike Evans Tutty. That would kill the over, but that's all right. I'd rather see a Mike Evans touchdown. Would help my fantasy team, too. Hit him in the face, damn. Nicola says, good job, Trey. Oh. Baker looking for Kate Otten on first down. Not going to get it. And Nicola says, I just need Mike Evans to score 4 more touchdowns and I will win my fantasy game today. I'm with you, Nicola. I could use about 5. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well, safe to say the run game has been inconsistent for the Bucs. Third and 11. Baker's going to get... No, he's going to scramble. He's got nowhere to go. Does he have enough room for a field goal, though? That is the question. Big time field goal. 55 yards out. McLaughlin is good from 55 out. That makes it 23-16. Whew. That was close. That makes it a 7-point game, so funny enough. Oh, boy. Nope, Seahawks are done. Take a look at some stats, shall we? Mike Evans has 2 catches for 26 yards. Chris Godwin, 1 catch for 15 yards. So that's 3 catches for 26, 36, 41 yards. Pat Rocco says, if you cannot scheme your best receivers can get the ball, then there's a problem with the coordinator. 3 catches for 41 yards to your best offensive weapons is unacceptable. Yeah. I don't think you're wrong. I'll tell you, Chase McLaughlin's going on most impressive, though. And I'm getting a little tired of like, oh, well, they double team Mike and blah, blah, blah. Big whoop. Mike's not the only like big time receiver that's getting a lot of attention towards him. You don't think teams try to double Tyreek Hill or, Jamar Chase? No. Like all these guys get the top coverage against them. Brad Perkins wants to know, is it scheme or is it Baker not seeing them? I'd have to watch the tape of this game. All right, nice tackle by Bucs special teams. And Atlanta takes an 8-point lead over Minnesota. All right, 9:18 to go. We'll see if the Bucs defense should be very well rested. Only 1 play on that last drive. I guess maybe Fairbairn will try field goals and. Oh, no, they're showing the punter. They're showing Bill Burr. Second and 8. Texans run play action. Stroud has time. These guys are wide. Oh, they are so open. So open. Now Texans. Big run for Singletary. Second and 1 for Houston. So the over is going to be done. It's just whether or not the Bucs can cash. Stroud has all the time in the world. It's that's a drop, but Tank Dell was wide open. 3rd and 1. Bucs. Oh, they made the initial stop. Ooh, Vita Vea is down. He gets back up. Late flag. That's got to be a hold on the Texans, right? There you go. All right. Vita Vea coming up big. $91 penalty yards for the Texans. Damn. 3rd and 11. We know the Bucs struggle here. Stroud dumps it off. It's caught by Schultz, and he gets the first down. 3rd and 11. That's just awful. Awful, awful, awful. And then wide open. This is just awful. We're about to have a tie game or be down 1. Yikes, this is ugly. Throw a screen. Luckily, it's backwards. Bucs keep the lead solely because the Texans kicker is injured. Well, let's not freak out just yet. There's still 1.5 to go. Bucs have allowed touchdowns on their last 2 drives. Jordan Schneiderman says Mike Evans will be a Texan next season. Brad Perkins, how much are our starting quarterbacks making? No interceptions burned again. Oh, Geno Smith. Yikes. JYL says, watching and listening from Florence, Italy. Nice. Go Bucs. Thanks to Pewter Report. Thank you, JYL, for watching. Really appreciate that. Brian Hernandez says, how are people so open every drive? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, hikes. Man, this defense. See, Devin White has 2 QB hits. Shaq Barrett has 1 QB hit. Locust Petit says, Bowles will figure it out. Paul A.K. Florida Dreamhouse says, Bucs defense is kind of overrated. I think they're good. They just don't. They just don't get a pass rush going. And then you ask them to play zone, and it's too soft. How can playing man be any worse than this zone? So easy for a quarterback to throw. Yeah, I agree. I'm in full agreement with Rux's reviews. They are wide ass open. We'll see Dare kick it off again. Can't blame the defense. No, you cannot. Bucs should get a pretty good return out of this. Devin Tompkins heading upfield to the 30, to the 40, all the way to the 50. He's got one man to beat. And he gets knocked out of bounds around midfield. So very nice return. But there's a flag. The Bucs can never just have a play. This might be on the Texans for all we know. But the Bucs can never have a big play without there also being a penalty. It's quite aggravating. And it's holding on the Bucs. Well, maybe they'll be forced to throw it to Mike Evans. Who knows? Oh, Bijan coughed it up. Falcons couldn't fall on it. Whew. All right, so the Bucs will have it at the 19. Nicole says my grandma might be faster than Ryan Neal. 1st and 10, Tampa Bay goes play action. Baker looking, he's going to dump it off to Chase Edmonds, who gets drilled immediately. Second and 11. See, this is what I talked about. The Bucs look great in the first half offensively. Yes, they've kicked 2 field goals on their drives, but the Texans are beating them with touchdowns. 3 seconds on the play clock. Screen to Chris. There's Chris Godwin. And it goes nowhere. Nowhere. This drive, I don't know if it's possible for this drive to inspire less hope by a team. Baker has the time. Nope, he doesn't. He gets sacked. Oh, boy. Well, a hot 3 and out for the Bucs. I mean, just did not move the football. And Jake Camarda with a line drive kick. Of course, missed by multiple. 3 Buccaneers. What was that, 3 that missed? Boy, oh boy. see. All right. Stroud has time again, dumps it off to Schultz, who's wide open, and he runs for a first down. Whew. Moving backwards does not count. All right. Texans over midfield. Remember, they have to score a touchdown because they do not have a kicker. So the Bucs just go ahead and allow 8 yards on a run. Well, Bucs not showing that they're a second half team. Second and 4 inside the 35. Yaya Diaby with the pass rush, but that was designed so they could screen it, and that's a first down. Christopher Oxentine says, Canal said they wanted to score 20. He has officially stopped trying to score. Raging Brisket says, Texans play like a well-coached team. Gorilla Shop said, Matt, did you see the article in the New York Post that the New York Jets tried to trade for Mike Evans? They did in the preseason. So it didn't. Oh, my God. Poor tackling. It didn't happen during the trade deadline. But yes, I did see that. Joe Miliziano says, nice to see some creative plays from at least one team. Yeah. Wade, I agree with you. This is just awful, embarrassing football by the Bucs. Oh, boy. Dalton Schultz in the red zone. Ooh, Vita Vea with a big stop. That will end the third quarter. All right. Going to the fourth quarter. Put those 4s up. Hold on, let me change the graphic first. Fourth quarter. Put those 4s up. Rock's Review says, This drive feels like it's for the Bucs season. Could be. Jonathan Jurgens says defense looks like they've given up, just going through the motions. A little bit. Angle says there's going to be torches and pitchforks after this one. S. Tucker says Rashad has had a solid game, so let's not keep him in the game. Yeah, right? He's only been your best offensive weapon. Let's see. Yeah, Rashad White has 46 rushing yards, 46 receiving yards. So he's the team leader. He's the new Alvin Kamara. Yeah, your leaders in receptions. Rashad White, 46. K. Dotton, 44. Mike Evans, 26. Chris Godwin, 16. All right, what's more frustrating to you, Bucs fans? The Bucs offense or the defense? Curious to get your opinion on that. Tom says the defense. Wade says both stressful. Josh Hayes from Kansas State is, oh my God, 19 yards in the third quarter, is being evaluated for a concussion. Ruck says the defense. Frank G says the offense. The head coach. Offense. Rachel says, or Rathel, sorry, says defense. Canales play calling, so we'll just say offense. Yeah. I've seen Evans open on several plays. JK says, I found my comfort zone as a Bucs fan thinking about draft in November. Well, don't rule them out just yet. All right, 3rd and goal. Bucs need a stop. Oh, turn your head around, Zion. No, he was out of bounds. All right. Now, what does Houston do? Do you think they go for it? Mark Fisher, thank you for the $1.99 super chat, who says, hope you're getting paid time and a half for this half. Thank you for the comment and the super chat. All right, 4th and goal. Bucs need a big stop. Stroud looking, throws to his right. He has a man in the end zone. It's caught. Dalton Schultz. Wade Butler says, I hope Scott Reynolds just tears into Todd Bowles at the press conference. Todd is not in Houston. I actually think there are not many Bucs reporters in Houston this week. I actually think it might just be Rick Stroud. So we'll get a lot of questions from Rick. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad, Bucs fans. Mike Eckstein with the $5 super chat says, number 1 and number 2 receivers need to get into this ball game. I could not agree with you more. Boy, this is ugly. Bucs Bucs have gotten 2 stops on the 2-point conversion, so they'll need a third. Stroud runs it, and he fucking gets it. Jesus Christ. I mean, no effort, no heart, nothing. And all the Bucs can do now is tie the game up. I mean, they could go for 2, but that'd be kind of dumb. Whew. This has gotten bad to ugly. Sorry for the cuss word, but not really. Oh, boy. Just Me says defense is total trash. The over is hit for the second time this season for the Bucs. All right. How's morale now? Matthew, great name, says cotton candy team. So soft. Trash. Holy shiitake mushrooms blew a 10 to 13 point lead. That was the trash I was looking for. The Bucs aren't in Houston. George Rao says, do you think the next series we run pass? They need to. They need to go up tempo. Again, like they didn't go up tempo until the goal line, which is absolutely crazy. So just insane. Michael says our defense sucks. Desert Dog 2K. Charmin soft. Brian Brocklehurst, 3-14 changed my mind. Well, they keep it close in a lot of games. Only saving grace now is if the Vikings come back against the Falcons. That'd be something. Corey Reeves says, put Trask in and see what he can do. Maybe he sees more routes open than Mayfield can deliver. Any chance they fire everyone like the Raiders? One can hope. I don't think they would do that yet. Like the Raiders had no chance at all whatsoever as Daria kicks it into the end zone. The tough thing, too, is like the Bucs scored 23 points. I know the offense has not looked good by any means. But let's also, like, it's not all on Baker. Some of it is on Baker. But the going's getting tough. I mean, there's 14 minutes to go. They're only down a touchdown. Let's remember, they were up, what was it, 10, 13? They have not sustained any offense. And now they forgot how to run the ball. Narao says, so we're tanking for Shedeur Sanders. Maybe we get fans in the stands. Honestly, that's not the worst idea. I mean, the Bucs have struggled getting fans in the stands anyway. Another run. I love it. I can't believe them. I agree with you, Greg DeCruz. Defense needs to share in the blame. Yeah, they've allowed 30 points. The Bucs have not turned the ball over. In fact, they're winning the turnover battle. Little play action. Baker doesn't have time. He moves up, throws it to Cade Otton, who gets the first down. Al Bundy, why don't you like Shedeur Sanders? Just curious. Angle says, can we name the post-game pod as something involved in Avalanche, Matt? We're past being a snowball at this point. Yeah, usually for the post-game show, Scott will come up with the graphic with the title, and I just run with it. But could be something like that. All right, a good run. Speaking of running with it, good run for Rachaad White, who's been the best offensive player for the Bucs today. Hit him with the hezzy because Cade Otton was getting blocked 5 yards into the backfield. I mean, I honestly think the Bucs should end up drafting a quarterback because Baker is pretty much a stopgap, you know? Trask, I don't know how much everyone believes in Trask, so why not just have a guy you can develop? Like, Baker's on a 1-year deal. Trask has 1 more year after this as the Bucs go play action. Baker throwing deep down the field. He's looking for Evans. He has Evans. Touch. Is it a touchdown? It's a huge catch by Mike Evans. Is he in? Is he in? Or are they saying he's down at the 1? Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Paul, a.k.a. Florida Dreamhouse. That's big for you. Did the Bucs just tie the game up? Was he in? Either way, they're going to have it at the 1. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. The Bucs are back in it. Oh, please say it was a touchdown. I need the points. Oh, that was needed in the worst way. Are they reviewing it? I think he was down at the 1, which sucks. Nicole says my fantasy team still has a chance. Thank you, Mike. I think he was down at the 1. I'm sorry, Paul, a.k.a. Florida Dreamhouse. All right. They have to score here. Throw the fade to Mike Evans. What the hell is this camera angle? Are you kidding me with this BS? That's the camera angle you're going to put on 1st and goal? Not even thinking that they might throw the ball? Come on, CBS. Get your head out of your behind. Are you kidding me with that camera angle? That's so dumb. I hate the incompetency of some people. Like, why are you coming up with the camera angle there? I get it. They might run the ball. But Jesus. There you go, Rachaad. Rachaad White's having the game of his life. Congrats to Rachaad White. Bucs can tie it up on an extra point. I wish Mike would have scored that touchdown, though. All right, Bucs fans. It's a tie game. Defense needs to get their shit together, but it's going to be a tie game, or they're down 1. Kick is up, and it is good. We are tied at 30. There you go, Mike Evans. The big catalyst on this drive. Let's see what Mike's at now. Mike has 79 receiving yards on 3 catches. What was my prop bet on Mike? Oh, let's see. All right. Need 2 more catches from Mike. All right, Mike Evans prop bet. Oh yeah, my player props. Mike Evans hit his over. If CJ Stroud could just tuck in a run one time, that would be nice. CJ Stroud has 4 touchdowns in this game. And the Vikings are up on the Falcons? Holy moly. Good for you, Angelina S. White got me 26.5 points so far today. I played against Rashad White last week, which was funny. Oh, where are my Pewter picks this week? They're not looking too good right now. That hit. That did not. Still going. Miami did not hit. Seattle did not hit. And the rest of the games are in the afternoon. All right. Need a big afternoon for my bets. Bucs have reached 30 points for the first time this season. I believe, right? I should know. All right, big drive for the Bucs. I mean, fourth quarter, everything's big now. Who's going to make a play? Wait, Butler says 30 against a 50-50 Texans team. Who's going to make a play? First and 10 at the 25. No Vita Vea to start out this drive. And Stroud has plenty of time. Throws it to a wide open Noah Brown again. And Brown's already past the 50. And there's a flag. Holding on the Bucs. Oh, boy. Yikes. Oh, boy. A nice cut by Singletary. They pitch it back to C.J. Stroud. And Stroud's going to get some rushing yards. That'll help with my Pewter prop. Was that 6 yards? Or I needed 7 yards, technically. Nice little creativity by the Texans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know. That's cool, though. I'll take the over on that, on the player props. Can't believe the Bucs going to lose to the Texans. That was something. Stroud running all over, gearing up, throwing deep down the field. It's caught by Noah Brown. He's going to be tackled at the 5-yard line and probably going to be a penalty on the Bucs anyway. Yep. Holding on the Bucs. Carlton Davis is getting whooped Absolutely whooped today. The defense is cooked. This is vomit inducing, I think would be the word. Huh, 23 seconds ago, Scott Reynolds tweeted Carlton Davis III is getting absolutely cooked in coverage today. I will retweet that because Scott is right. Scott's right a lot of the time. By the way, Scott will be on for the Pewter Postgame Show whenever this game ends, whatever the final score is. There is still hope for the Bucs. Again, even a touchdown, it's still a one-possession game. Stroud trying to screen. Nice play by Kalijah Cansey. Second and goal. Matthew says, QBs carve us up like we're a Thanksgiving ham. JK says, Pewter post-mortem show. Could be. Nah, I think we'll all be kind of pissed off if the Bucs lose. And I got money invested in this shit. So I'm just as invested as the fans are. I try to be I am unbiased with my reporting, but in terms of my gambling, I can feel however I want to. Oh, look at that creativity. Tank Dell getting the ball, missed tackles, but Antoine Winfield Jr. is there to clean it up. Again, the Texans have to go for it on fourth down, so could be two crucial big stops for the Bucs. JK says if we win, it'll solely be because they can't kick. That may very well be true, but you never apologize for a win. Kalijah Cansey with a great pass rush makes Stroud go out to his right. He throws, and it's incomplete. Winfield on the coverage. I thought Schultz had it. Oh man, I really want to see. I really want to see Dare try to kick this. That would be so funny. Can you imagine the Bucs lose because Dare Ogunbowale hits the game-winning field goal? Oh man, this is wild. This is absolutely wild. Dare from 29 yards out. The kick is up, and it's good. Dare from 29 yards. And the Texans take a 33-30 lead. Good for Dare. He was honestly, like, whatever happens in this game, from a personal level, Dare was always mad cool in the locker room, so. Shout out to Dare. Evan Tompkins will return, almost gets to the 30. I can't believe they're going to lose on a Dare kick. That is so funny. That's honestly hilarious. All right, we'll see what the Bucs can do. 8:41 left to go. They hand it off to Rachaad White, who's been their best player. But like, God, you got to get something going. Oh, man. The freaking... I mean, this would be a Jets-level embarrassing loss. From the Bucs. All you can do is laugh. Oh, look at that. Another shitty run play. Oh, Luke Edeke is mad. Don't throw the flag, ref. Come on. Be smart about it. Randy Douglas, the Bucs find creative ways to lose, but no one could write a loss to a backup running back kicking a field goal. Fitting. Okay, the Texans just called. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, the Bucs just called the timeout. Oh, my God. Whew. God. By the way, let's remember a lot of this coaching staff, as there's a penalty on the Bucs coming out of the timeout. A lot of this coaching staff from the Texans comes from the 49ers. The Bucs play the 49ers in 2 weeks. They may lose by 30 to San Fran. And San Fran has played poorly, I might add. Snatching, Shaggy says it best. Snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. It's funny, too, like how... Oh, sorry, never mind. The Bucs didn't even get the third down. It's so funny, too, like how... The Bucs scored 30 points today, and everyone's still like, the offense is pathetic. They can't do this. They can't do that. Michael, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Says, why the hell are we running on first and second? Because they don't have any goddamn idea what they're doing right now. Run, penalty, rinse, and repeat. Yeah, it's true. Timeout and then a penalty. Oh, boy. How's it not? These wide receivers, Noah Brown has been wide open. Last game it was Shakir. I thought JTS got held on the play. Yeah. Who'd they call it on? George Font, former New York Jet great. Mark Fisher, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says Bucs football. ... Where offensive coordinators go to become their parents. Yikes! All right, 1st and 20. Let's see if the Bucs can survive a 1st and 20. Texans gonna run it. They get about 7 yards. Look at that. The Falcons just scored. They regained the lead. They regained the lead on the Vikings. Tyler Carr says we might have as many missed tackles as penalties. Let's see. The Bucs have not won since what? October 1st? All right. Bucs draw another holding penalty. Of course they allow the play. It has to be holding. Yeah. Couple of comments in here I can't put on the screen, but I do find it funny. Hey, Bears still have a chance against New Orleans. 2nd and 23. Texans run it again. All right. All right. If you don't get the stop here on 3rd and a million, then you honestly have to fire Todd Bowles. Like, there can be no excuse on 3rd and 18. Third and 18. Stroud gets the snap in shotgun. Looking, the ball's loose. Shaq Barrett knocked it out. It's recovered by the Texans, but the Bucs get the stop that they needed. Shaq with the strip sack. He always knocks the ball out. Bucs Basement, $1.99 says, we had a good week of practice. Bowles once again. Yeah, for Bowles' sake, he's got to stop with it because no one wants to hear they had a good week of practice. Okay? No one cares that they played well in practice. It's what you do on game day. Shout out to Shaq, though. Big time sack. Punt is away. Tompkins makes the catch. Going to try to head. He goes sideways. Looking for room. Not going to find it. He jumps over the snapper. I don't know why he's celebrating so much. Like, he didn't go up the field. He went sideways. I just watched the replay because Nicole says JTS doesn't want the ball. I don't think he saw that the ball was out because he went after Stroud immediately. Dugout Danny. Practice? We talking about practice? Not a game. Not a game. Practice. Baker and shotgun. Looking to throw. He finds Mike Evans. That's another catch from Mike, who heads up the field. It's about an 8-yard gain. I need one more catch from Mike. Oh, no. Is he hurt? Mike needs one more catch for his player prop to hit. I mean, obviously, I want Mike to be okay. Who cares about the prop bet? You'd rather have Mike Evans' health. Oh, that sucks. Oh, he looks in pain. He'll end up catching a fade for a touchdown. Bucs run it short on second and 2. I haven't even checked my fantasy team today. Should I wait? Nah. Now Rachaad White is limping. All right, 3rd and 1 for Tampa Bay. They need this. They absolutely need this. They run it with Rachaad White. He gets the first down. Remember, they're only down 3. I mean, obviously, you want them to score and take the lead, but they're only down 3. Ken says Bowles will play for the field goal for sure. Yeah, you're probably right, Ken. Oh, poor Mike. Oh, that sucks. He's not going to hit his prop bet. Go play action. Do something. 2 seconds on the play clock. This is, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, Chase, that is so dumb. You wait till the last second, so you got a scramble play that doesn't work. Is anybody shocked? Is anybody shocked by what just happened? Hey, Mike's back. That's good. You just lost 8 yards because everyone knew the ball was going to be snapped. You weren't going to call another timeout when you only have 2. That is god awful. God awful. Now you lost 8 yards on that play. Jesus Christmas. Jesus. This team, man. Thankfully, Chase McLaughlin can hit it from 75 yards out. Todd Paul's clock management on display. Whoo. This is awful. Awful, awful, awful. Randy Douglas. Stroud with 404 TDs. Let that sink in. Screw it. I hope Stroud goes for 500. Why not? Oh, my Underdog fantasy prop bet will hit if you guys played it. Tyler Carr says, feeling the pain all the way out here in Northern California. Hey, Jonathan, it's commercial, so nothing's going on, buddy. Simply Clips, who has the ball? The Bucs have the ball. It'll be 2nd and 18 coming out of the 2-minute warning. Boy, oh boy. Baker looking, steps up. Oh, my God. I don't even know what to say anymore. Jeez. All right, 3rd and 18. Baker's 200 yards. Come on, throw to Mike, throw to Mike, throw to Mike. Just get me this prop bet. And Tristan Wirfs goes off sides. God, Jesus Christmas. The Bucs want to win. Like, seriously, do the Bucs want to win? Baker across the middle. It's caught by Trey Palmer. Oh, my God. What do? Do you go for it? Yeah, you got to go for it. Wow. Trey Palmer with a big-time catch, his first catch of the game. That'll make it 4th and 2. Bucs got to have it. They're going to take their sweet-ass time. Look at this. 18, 17. They're going to end up calling a timeout. They're going to burn their second-to-last timeout because they're not going to get the play off. All right. They do get it off. Baker looking. Pump fakes. He's all over. Baker's got to run. You got to run, Baker. And he gets the first down. Jesus. And now there's a Bucs player hurt. It looks like Trey Palmer. So the Bucs, unless Palmer got up, I don't know. Oh, my God. Great job by the Bucs offensive line. Gave him all day to throw. Shockingly, no one was available. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Wow, Josh Dobbs. Josh Dobbs making it a game for the Vikings. They might win. Wow. Oh, boy. The drama. I thought it was Trey Palmer that got hurt. I thought. All right. I'm not going to look at the comments for a second because some people's TVs are faster than others. I just want to be focused on this play. All right. 1st and 10. 1:02 to go in the game. The Bucs are down 3. It's 1st and 10. They have 1 timeout to go. So, of course, they're going to run it with Rachaad White, who gets up the middle, runs into Mike Evans. Oh, man. They're going to play for the field goal because they're wusses. Tick, 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 tick. Oh, nope. There's a timeout. Probably by the Texans, I would believe. Yeah. Dare just hits like a 60-yard field goal to win it. Come on. Just one more throw to Mike Evans. Just one. Oh, man. What an stressful for Bucs fans. Totally. I get it. But a wildly entertaining game for the NFL fan. All right, 53 seconds to go. 2nd and 3. Mike Evans in the slot. Oh, come on, throw it to Mike. Baker over the middle. It's caught. Oh, no, the ball's loose. Oh, no, and Mike Evans comes up with the football. Holy smokes! Trey Palmer fumbled it, and Evans makes the fumble recovery. That would have ended the game. Oh my goodness. Mike Evans with a game-saving fumble recovery after the Trey Palmer catch. You have to be kidding me. 38 seconds to go. The Bucs have a chance to win it. Wow. Are they looking to see if it was a catch? That was insane. All right, so he makes the catch. 1, 2. Oh, that's so close. That is so close. I can't believe Mike Evans recovered that. Can you imagine Mike would have scored? Oh, man. This is insane. 37 seconds to go. Also, Bucs plus 2.5 on the line. They're reviewing the play. Wait, what? So the Texans took a timeout. Will the Bucs call a timeout? All right, so the Bucs called their last timeout. They have 37 seconds. Just throw it to Mike Evans. Throw it to Mike Evans. Throw it to Mike. Throw it to Mike. Or go to overtime. Oh my God, the Vikings took the lead. This is huge for the Bucs. But they did put more time on the clock, 49 seconds. So you can almost guarantee the Bucs are going to run it here because that's what they do. Yeah, I like this. A little combo between Baker and Mike before the play. He's going to be like, listen, Mike, I'm just looking for you. Low snap, Baker throwing over the middle. He's got Cade Otton. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Cade Otton with the catch over the middle. His second touchdown of the game. A gutsy throw from Baker Mayfield. The Bucs have the lead. Wow. Woo! What a game. And a crucial extra point. Holy smokes. What the hell is going on? McLaughlin hits it. And it is now 37-33. Wow. Whew. Oh, man. How we feeling, Bucs fans? Falcons are about to lose. And I did not start Cade Otton in fantasy football today. Of course I didn't. Mr. Clutch, touchdown, Cade. Yeah, Cade did have that big touchdown last season as well. Remember what happened when we played the Rams? Houston does have two. Well, they have to score a touchdown. Houston's going to take a touchback. All right, so here's the scenario. The Bucs are up 4 points. They're up 37-33. It's 37-33. The Falcons just lost. So, wow. The Falcons lost. Holy crap. The Saints did win, which isn't good. But again, if the Bucs win this, they're right back in it. First, oh man. Texans already complete a ball. It goes for 15 yards. At worst, the Texans are going to have a Hail Mary to throw. At worst. 37-33, 39 seconds to go. Texans have another timeout. Oh, man. Oh, man. This game has not been for the faint of heart. Good God Almighty. This is going to come down to the last play of the game. I can already feel it. Oh, Zion makes the tackle inbounds. It's a huge tackle by Zion McCollum. 31 seconds to go. Texans call their last timeout. Ooh. Texans call their last timeout. So they're going to have 31 seconds, a little bit behind midfield. Or again, they need a touchdown. And their field goal kicker's injured anyway. Oh, boy. Oh, he messed it up. Damn it. Colts, Panthers. I took the Colts -1.5. All right, 2nd and 4, 31 seconds to go. Texans do not have any more timeouts. So anything inbounds is good for the Bucs. Stroud has time. Throws over the middle. Immediately tackled, but he does get the ball to the 40. Vontae David's in there, a couple of other players, Devin White as well. 20 seconds, 19, 18, 17, 16. Ball is clocked by the Texans. They spike it. So 16 seconds to go. Realistically, they'll probably get 2 more plays, maybe 3. But the Bucs have to tighten things up, batten down the hatches. Stroud can clearly throw it to the end zone from here. Can they get a pass rush going? They have not for most of the game. Stroud gets the snap, has time, throwing. He's got a guy. It's caught by Tank Dell at the 14 with 10 seconds to go. Oh, my God. It's caught. That's a catch. That is a catch. Oh, my God. There's 10 seconds to go. The Bucs are up 37-33. The Texans have the ball inside the 15, inside the 10. Okay, they got it at the 15 with 10 seconds to go. Stroud looking at the end zone. It's caught by Tank Dell. It's caught. Oh, my God. The Bucs are going to lose. The Texans had the ball with 46 seconds to go. And now they lead 39-37. There's a flag on the play. I think it's probably after. Oh, my God. Wow. What's the call? This is huge. It's after the play, so it's a touchdown. Oh, my goodness. And they got to go for 2. They just take a knee. Oh, they took a knee. All right, so Bucs plus 2.5 is going to cover. The spread is going to cover. Desert Dog 2K says fireballs on the field. I mean, this is as bad of a loss. But it ain't going to snowball, right? It ain't going to snowball. So does anyone have suggestions for most impressive? Because that's what I'm writing. And crazy enough, the season is not over because the season's not over because the Falcons lost today. Man. Oh, yeah. Things do get kind of screwed up with Dare being the kick. Dare's done great. Do you return it? What do you do if you're the Bucs? Trustin Vorbeck, thank you for the $1.99 super chat, who says the worst game Carlton Davis has ever played. It was awful. Definitely awful. Eater17 says disgusting. I can't believe. Oh my God. Jeez. Oh, maybe they'll throw to throw to Mike Evans. Mike Evans prop. Throw it to Mike and then let him lateral it. 6 seconds to go. Bucs at the 25. Throw it to Mike. No, that's not Mike. Go, go, go. Head up the field. No, not Hainsey. Why would you give it to Hainsey? Oh, they're doing a schoolyard BS. It might work. Tackle him. All right. Oh, boy. All right. Well, the Bucs lost 39-37 in excruciating fashion. That was ugly. We're going to talk a lot about this on the Pewter Post-Game Show. Follow our social media. We'll let you guys know when we're doing it. 4 losses in a row for the Bucs. San Francisco in 2 weeks. It ain't getting any better. Sorry, Bucs fans. We'll talk about it more. Pewter Post-Game Show coming up in a bit. Oh, but we got a super chat from Randy Douglas. Thank you to Randy for the $6.99 super chat. Says, as I said earlier, complimentary football. When defense is good, offense sucks, and vice versa. We have kickers to build around. That is true. Chase McLaughlin, fantastic, but everybody else, terrible. An awful. That was worse than the Atlanta loss. This is a terrible loss for the Bucs. They are now, 3-5 on the season? Yikes. Big time yikes. All right. See you guys later. We'll talk about it on the Pewter Post Game Show. Peace out.